Hello, my loves. Hello, Stripes. Hello. Hello, Happy. Hello, Pixels. Hello, everybody. Hello, Pirate Monk Shims fan. Hello, you're new. I have not seen your name in here before, but hello. Welcome on in. I got you guys. Today, I got you guys. My tummy is feeling a little weird today, but that's regardless. But I hope you're all doing well. I hope you've all been fed, had good food, slept well at the very least. I need to turn this music down because I feel like I'm yelling over it. I bit my tongue. Are you okay? Why'd you bite your tongue? What happened? How did you bite your tongue? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Why is this happening? Progressions. You could yell more, but I don't feel like yelling. I am deaf enough. Oh, fair, but like you could just turn me up, you know? You can turn me up. I don't think I'm that quiet overall. Let me see. I have to. There's so many things I have to do today because I'm very ill prepared. I was so sleepy. I was so sleepy this morning. Oh, remember the question? This is exactly like that quest. All right, sorry, I got distracted. Okay, let's go. I don't have my face tracking. I'm sorry. Wait, no, wait. Where's the vitamins? It didn't open. Oh, that's why. Hey, 4 out of 8. Very nice. I like that little cat blipper. That little cat blipper. I want that cat blipper. Wait, hold on. I want that cat blip. I like that cat blip. Nom 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 nom. I'm saving it. I'm saving this. Because we're probably gonna work on emotes today. Once we're done with work. Boop, boop. The music of my people's called to me when I arrive here. Hey, listen. That bunny kind of rocks. All right. Sorry. Okay. We should. Oh, it was already on. What? Okay. Well, I think we're good now. I do some stuff on the main computer, which will be good because I have to wait before my tum-tum settles because I just had breakfast and I can't eat breakfast and take my meds right away. I have to wait. There'll be no problem. I was looking at VGen because for my birthday, I want to get a commission done. And I think, hi, Bat. How was watching your Batman TV show? Ow. I think I would like to get a logo done. Happy birthday. God damn it. It feels like God, why don't you just spell? Why is it being censored? God damn it. It feels like I've been trying again. Damn it, my joke. Huh? Nani? Do I have it saved in here? Sorry for somebody my phone likes to censor me. That's okay. It's okay. Okay, I don't have it saved, which is fine. I actually don't know if they take. I can only mirror a fraction of your lovely. I am so happy that you liked the video. I can't spell. I was driving drugs, said, God damn it, feels good to feel like a. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? I know. No puedo no, no me puedo esperar. Just being a little slow. Oh my god, so today I was like looking in the mirror and I felt like I was having a little peach fuzz grow, so I like took care of it today and now I feel a lot better and my face is smooth. I'm trying to say, god damn it, it's good to rewatch a sub because it feels good to feel like a kid. Ah, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it though. Oh, it's this one. It's this video. Damn, that auto sensor makes it much funnier. I was so confused, to be honest. I forgot what I called my stream. I remember nothing. What broadcast together. Monday beans. Okay, that's good enough. To clue, cows can be fuzzy. It okay. That's fair. It was like a weird dark, like it was like uneven. So I like plucked it and now I feel better, but it's soft. To clue, I do not do drugs. I drink only special occasions. That's fair. I'm not much of a drinker. I'm much more of a let's get high kind of gal. Well, the way. Blaine has an idea, but it's like slowly withering. Brain is slowly withering. Ain't fast anymore. Okay, and then I can pick a different emotion. Works. PNG selection area. Wait, I can do yes, 3 a stream. It is 3 a stream. Do 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 do. Yeah, yeah, but I don't know if they're open actually. They are. Yippee. Okay. Drunk. Disturb the peace. Hello, Rhino. Hi, your daughter. Hi, Harriet. Welcome, Maronian. How are you doing? Quote post. Why did it copy twice? What? How we doing today? EP, please help. Must work. I'm just having a ooh, what are you hyperfixating on? What are you hyperfixating on? I hope it's fun, whatever it is. Maybe a new hobby, maybe a new song. Post, profile, quote, this. A new song, yeah? Nice, nice, nice. That's how I feel when I play the next song that I'm gonna play. There it is. See, look in your eyes and I know ain't lens anymore. Oh, it's cold today. It was cold today. It is chilly. Wasn't as cold yesterday, but okay. This one gets turned off. This one gets turned on. Apparently found dress. Ooh, what kind of dress is it? Oh, main, do you like anime? Did you like the anime? It's okay if you didn't get a chance to watch it. I just recommended it. This is really two sweet animes. I haven't watched them yet, but I am excited to watch them when I get to them. It's kind of hard for me to watch things in the beginning of the week because I'm working, and then when I am not working, I'm sleeping. Let's split the difference from your weather and mine. How does that sound? Yes, please, bro. It's a little cold. It's like cloudy. I don't want it to be cold and cloudy. March 2nd. I sound completely like these two will make you cry like a bit. You said that I was gonna be sobbing. I might have to grab a tissue box or two. I remember. Pieces to me for parts. Oh my vampire, so here you can have my heart. You can have my heart. The one Chaplain Roan wore at 2026. Don't know if it's too kosher to say the type's name. You can say whatever, as long as it's not like a bad word. Or like it's not a slur, I guess. 26 Grammy. Is that the one I think it is where she's like, where she's kind of like, ah, yes, it is that one. I see. The the nip ring dress. Yep. Okay, fair. I like it. It's very bold, but I feel like it looked good on her. Let's just say if you watch Whisper Me a Love Song, it's a little slow in the beginning, but it does get really interesting because the way how they kind of explain everything is sweet, but also like damn fair. I need one now. Yes, queen, do it. Also, the animes Rhino are the one that I just read, Whisper Me a Love Song, and the other one is I think I Fell in Love with a Villainess, I think, right? Bit too butch for it? Nah, that makes it so much better. Oh my god. Oh my god. That make it better, in my opinion. Like when you watch, I'm a little bit of a villainess. There we go. I can't remember which episode. I think it's 9 or 10, where you find more a little bit about the main character, like why she's in love with the villainess. It's sweet, but also really sad. I'm in love with the villainess. Yeah. There is lightning on voice for both series and manga, but I can't find where you can read it. That's okay, don't worry about it. Hold on, let me just add those to my pinned. I wonder if they're on Crunchyroll. I think I like it. I think I'm in love with it. I think I like it. It's on Apple TV? What the fuck? High Dive? Okay. It's also on Apple TV, apparently. I'm sorry, but it's too late. That's all I was saving. I'm just going to save this into... save, and then the other is... Fuck how? I had to go to a website to watch it? I don't know. Maybe it's like a... It also said Amazon Prime, so I don't actually know. I think we're too... Hope I don't sound too bad, but it's You don't sound bad at all if I'm saying the wrong one. Villainous. Oh, it is on Crunchyroll. Okay, hold on. Let me... I'm not logged in. Hold on. I think we're doomed. All right, I added it to my watch list, and I got that turned off my face tracking. Okay. Hope you have a good time, because fuck me, I still need to finish Wishing Me all the time. I got you. I meant to just inform anyone reading. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Spelling here. that spelling here doesn't exist. We read chats, and everybody reads each other's chats based purely off of vibes, in my opinion. So don't worry about it. I don't want to listen to this. I want to listen to like singy songs. Songs I want to sing. I'm in a singing mood. Imagine last time, but got some. Oh, God, give me the good news. Give it. I guess we'll just listen to this. The bad song to go first. A simple song. And songs to sing. When this place is something new. When I look at you. I like this. I guess I'll just start with this one, I guess. So lately I've been dealing with some headaches, but I went to the doctor today. Everything seems good for the blood test. Everything like that now. All we have to do is look at the MRI I took, and I'm going to get some medicine he prescribed. I may be a little sleepy, so I won't be sleeping that much around 12. No problem. I hope that medication works a dream for you. Headaches are, on God, I hate headaches. Headaches piss me the fuck off because like you need your brain to do the things, but if your brain is a thing that's getting cucked because you're having a bad time because your brain's dying, then like, what are you supposed to do? It doesn't really help when I have work around 12 and I'm not anything missing because it goes away at like 1. Oh, it's only an hour? Oh shit. Well, hopefully it. Well, ooh, I don't really know what to say to that, to be honest, because that was so short. But, you know, I hope that it at least makes the quality of life better for the time that it does work, you know? I used to hear a simple song that was until you came along. No, I mean, like, I get headache that go right around 1. Oh, okay. Well, at least then, yeah. Then I definitely hope that, like, at the very least, it'll like improve your quality of life overall. Cause that's the important part. Is making sure you got a good quality of life because of that. You know. My phone buzz. I need to move money. I need to pay my rent. I need to pay my rent. Hold on, I need to pay my rent. Oh my god. Thanks. It'll take me a while to wake up, so if I see I'll need some context. No problem. We got you, buddy. We got you, buddy. I have to pay my rent. $7.50. Yeah, thank you for. Okay, so $6.50. Okay. But anyway, also guys, March exam completed. No TikTok, no new, because I'm too focused on something deadly since origin. Fair. But you have to come back and tell us how it is, you know. I have to pay my rent really quick before I forget, because someone didn't remind me. Next. Send. Done. Okay. We're good. Definitely, this is technically a new game in the franchise with a new story. Kind of related to the final season of the show, but it's also like middle ground of a sequel. Interesting. You'll definitely have to let me know how that goes, because I personally really like 7 Deadly Sins, but I didn't like the final season, but I did like how they had like kids and everything like that, like kind of like a happily ever after, you could say. So I'm definitely interested in what you think of it, because like after like one of the last seasons, it took me through a roller coaster and I didn't like it personally. Choose between. My head hurt a little bit. Too much brain thought, not enough cell. Okay. I'd agree. The final really kind of took me off. But after, the movie and the sequel, I kind of got back into it. And I will say, seeing the main character's son all grown up as a teenager, it's funny because he's more likely to hang out with his mom, but not his dad. Like, damn, that's fair. That is fair. Yeah, I'll have to look more into the second season of it because I didn't really get to, not the second season, but the movie. I didn't get to watch the movie yet, so I'll definitely have to check it out because I remember seeing them as babies and I liked it a lot. I accept. Okay, hold on. I gotta hide my information for this really quick. Think about it, he's half demon, half human, half goddess. Like, brother, what the fuck? He's the true main character. We say that, Nobody soldier. Poop and Dega. Do I not have that in here? No, I do. Upload file. What I love about the game is the reason why they had to move. The release date is because they had taken player feedback from the beta test, and that's how. Oh, yeah, that's really. I like it when game studios actually take that stuff into consideration because it's really nice. It's just I appreciate it a lot. Makes sense. Let me see. Yes. Do this day. Ooh, what vibe do I want? I think bold, easy to recognize, and fun, I guess. I could do a little bit of all three. I'd love to work with you on a logo. A birthday present to gone back and forth on the style, but I really like this somewhat. Skull and abstract shaped logo, but I feel fit in a square well. Or two without somehow. If you have something that maybe would fit my brand more, feel free to let me know. I also have a handwritten font I made if that would help the process at all. Not so much a man can tell you, so much he can say. I forgot to add a thing. Okay, well, I'll add it later then. Okay. Tell me if it's healthy, baby. Okie dokie. Now I gotta go. We gotta go to Enshrine first. I want to make sure all that stuff got posted well. What happened? What happened? Why is this red? Duplicate schedule. Okay, that works. Okay. Compared to a kiss from a road. That means this is not gonna have any comments. What do you mean? One to get into the sequel. Second season and the first season are connected. Like they kind of split it up like the original. I don't know how they're going to do season 3, but ow. Because currently season 2 only has 12 episodes on Netflix. How many seasons does it have? I haven't watched the sequel. Hi, Sheppy. I only watched the 7 Deadly Sins. Oh, oops. Sorry. Anime. Because I watched... Yeah, no, I watched it. It's 5 seasons. I watched all 5 seasons. Yeah. The 8 Brothers, The Final Battle, The Voice Calling Your Name, The King Sings Alone, The Struggle, Immortal Engines. Yeah. Yeah, I watched, like, the main season, but I don't think I've watched... What is the sequel called? Sequel? Currently, there's only 1 season on the sequel. In season 2, there's no contract ever getting to season 3. Oh, Four Nights of the Apocalypse. Ew, I haven't seen this yet. You're saying there's only 2 seasons? I wonder how far the manga is then. I hope you're doing well, Sheppy. I have to edit all my videos today, which I don't know if I really want to, but I might. Or they're gonna have 20 episodes like the original, but we don't know if they're gonna split the seasons. Oh, fair. Dash fair. Like a dash, diving over fast, all through the summer. Radio on blast, make the moment last. She got solar power. Minutes feel like hours. She knew she was the baddest. Can you even imagine falling like I did with the love of my life? If I get out of face, my warriors in her eyes. Sorry, I was trying to do 24 episodes. No, you're okay. That makes more sense. Elaine! Yes, Sheppy. So, like, focuses on the children's sense. That makes sense. I'm very curious. Like, how, like, Diane, I think her name is, the giant girl and the Fairy King's kid is. 5 streak. They were sharing your streak. You are no longer sickly. Eee! I'm so excited. I'm glad. That's good. I'm sorry that you got sick in the first place, but I'm glad that you're not sick anymore. Sorry. 25. Okay, I need to download the rest of those today. Work on stuff today. So, like, I know not everyone got married. I know not everyone survived the fight after at least last season. Yeah, cause Escanor. Yeah, cause Escanor. This just get posted. The 101. And the main character is Percival, and my god, as somebody who's literally finished all Thor, you just gotta love the I have a stuffed animal named Percival. That's cool. What has happened to my video? I'll check it back on it later then. And have a good day at work. Also, I have a few pictures of sea life from when I was walking back to the front desk. Yippee! We love pictures of sea life. Rises the moon. Okay, now it's time for us to go over here. It's in the fridge. One second. Oh, look at the babies. Oh, I like the colors on this one. It's very pretty. Little starfish. That's so cool. Thank you for showing that to me. Oh, it's so cool. Comes to talk and fade skies. Oh, I forgot to do this. I don't know if I turned it off or not. I did it. King Oster. I don't think I do. Hold on, let me look it up. Mouse. Mouse. My mouse is not mousing. Why is my mouse not mousing? And the Bluetooth is turned off. Who be visited by sleep? To steal away dream you keep. Okay, there we go. Alright, so King Ost. 7 deadly sins. Oh, yeah. Yeah, King. Sorry, it's been so long since I watched it. I forgot everybody's name. What? It kind of makes sense. Honestly, like, I'm not surprised, but, like, not what I expected, but I'm not surprised, you know? I feel like it kind of makes sense. It's like, hey, oh, I could believe that. I could see that happening. That would make sense. I could see that. Let's start with this one. I gotta edit in terms of longevity. Otherwise, I'm gonna die because I'll be too tired. Look at my eyes. I will just listen to Epic, the musical today. It's kind of the vibe. Two kingdoms trying to fight each other, and all the hopes of just right now, it's like 2 teenagers, 9 teenagers. They're gonna goof off. My cutest grandma. I'm the most beefy man. Mr. Forgettable. Okay. There's that. Oh man, I forgot to scoot everything. It is how I get quiet when there's no one else around. Me and you in awkward silence. Don't you dare look at me that way. It's True Lover, and they both say yes today, all three of them together. When I found this out, I was like, okay, not mad, not weirded out, but okay. The internet went crazy. That's fair. I mean, like, Meliodas was so loyal to Elizabeth that it's kind of like, I think I can kind of understand where people are coming on with that. Like, how come he essentially gets a harem, but, like, Meliodas was so loyal, but meh. I threw and shoots. Part of me kind of wants to read. I think that seems okay. It's a girl to do, lying on my bed staring. Quite terrifying. It's driving me up insane. An arrow through my heart, and I sound like a from the start. Confess I loved you, just thinking. Thank you for the head putts. Like, hey, I'm not judging on a partially relationship. In the way how, like, the Mongol says it's fine, that they're literally going to, like, I don't know if it's a honeymoon or like a vacation, but like it's trying to say, hey, look, I chose this option. Don't get mad at me. I'm doing this. Ow. Even enough, I think you're going to love the sequel. I don't think they're going to animate everything for the manga, but it's really great. Fair. I mean, hey, at the very least, I'll probably read the manga. If I don't watch the anime, I'll definitely read the manga because I think I'm more of a manga reader than an anime watcher at the end of the day. I think I need to re-record this because it is not awesome. So let me do that really quick. I'm gonna get going. I'm really tired from, look, I'm going to watch TV probably. Have a good time watching TV. Good night. Good night. I appreciate you being here. Have fun. Look with the two enemies because, oh boy, they're sounds good. Have good rest. We'll be here if you need anything. Hi, Flame. Good night, Bat. Sleep well. How you doing, Flame? Welcome on in. I have to re-record a script. Oh my goodness, thank you for the wellness check. Where's vitamins? Well, anyway. How you doing? How you doing? I'll make it short. There you go. Haha. How are you doing today, Flame? Hope you're doing well. I'm being a goober because yesterday I didn't record a script well enough. So I got 10 minutes from being from work. You're gonna get off in 10 minutes? Is that what you're saying? You're gonna get off in 10 minutes? I hope so. I hope you're excited to be done with work. I'm tired as fuck. I hope you get to take a nice nap. I have to reposition this. Alright, I'm gonna record this really quick. Moving in right next door, our sweetest, most gentle elf VTuber Nemu. What is it? Yes, you will get the biggest nap. I will be here to lull you to sleep. Moving in right next door is our sweetest, most gentle elf VTuber Nemu. When she's not being downright adorable, Nemu creates cozy ASMR videos. She even brings characters to life through her voice acting. In a world full of stress and constant hustle, she's your reminder to slow down, rest well, and take care of yourself. Streaming slices of her life, Nemu loves keeping her lovely neighbors company. Whether it's just chatting or playing ASMR games together, and if you can't get enough, streaming slices of her life, Nemu loves keeping her lovely neighbors company, whether it's just chatting or playing games together. And if you can't get enough, her YouTube channel is filled with soothing ASMR, and her Patreon has even more for the extra devoted. If Nemu made your day better even by a little bit, then go follow her and her artist. Links below. I thought you were making a dirty joke that I realized I fucked up. That's okay. It's okay. Putting someone to sleep, will normally sound that way, to be honest. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright, Pookie. It's understandable. You feel okay when all you do is look. How much I wish I didn't want to stay. Oh, I just kinda wish you okay. Not the vocals that I expect. I'll be honest. Oh, morning stretches. Okay, alright. We're gonna start with some over the head stretches. New redeem. Did you read it? Did you read it? It's a once a day redeem. It reminds me to do my shit. Oh, big stretch. Big stretches, chat. Remember to do big stretches. Big stretches big enough to make you lightheaded if possible. And now I gotta do the arm exercises because that's what it says in there. Okay. I'll be quiet because I can't count and talk at the same time. It's hard. And then I'll take my meds. Pop my back so good. Ooh. Ooh, that sounds delish. I have to sit up. Ugh. I just did 10. I have to do 3 reps of 10. Alright, I'll be around later. No problem, Flame. Have good eep. Have good eep. Oh my god, I have to do 3 reps of 10, and I only just did 10. My arm's already burning. Alright. I'm gonna do 1 more rep before I take my meds. I'm tired. Okay, back to my unfortunate. Oh, unfortunate. What happened? What happened? What happened? Oh my arms. Okay, I'm gonna take a break for a minute. Okay, so. Oh, is this still lagging? That's right. So. Oh goodness. Good luck, Sheppy. I have a quick question for myself. How to be happy? Something I'm not. Something I can't be. Open your door! POV, I'm at your door. Welcome. Alien raid. Oh my goodness, is that an alien raid? Sorry, I'm changing stuff with my face tracking. I'm attacking you. Buster, use attack. Welcome on in. How is it going? I hope you're doing well. How was Cult of the Lamb? If you need a ride and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, feel free to hang out as I do work for today. I am screaming on the inside because I'm changing face tracking stuff again. Hello, Vexed. How was the Buster stream? Wait, why is it saying no data? Because of phones. Because I'm gonna scream, that's why. Please. Find a way to let me down slowly. Oh! 90-day streak. Let's fucking go, Vexed. Let's fucking go, Vexed. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, motherfucker. Sorry, I'm being a goober today. I need to take my meds. I'm taking my meds, and then I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna do the last set of 10 reps for the big stretches, and then we'll be vibing. It's good, even though I was in class for half. That's fair. That's fair. Do you have any more classes today? Do you have any classes today, Buster? I have to go beat the shit out of bread, but I will lurk. Have fun beating the shit out of bread. I gotta do my last rep of 10. 1 was culting. I saw. How was the culting? Okay. The new... Okay. I'll redo that. Hold on. The other internet is definitely worse for the face tracking. Nope, I'm done for today. Fair. Nah, I'm off to my knitting group. Have fun in your knitting group! Now the other Wi-Fi's gone. It was horrible. Someone ate Vex. No! Oh my god, someone ate Vex. That's very unfortunate. I'm waiting for the iPhone to work. Because I wanted to check something, and I think that was a silly thing to do. They said I was under season. Oh, yikes. Yikes. Let's see if Wi-Fi can. I just realized there's an internet here that says Bill Y the Science Fi. I like that a lot. Trying to wait for the IoT to come back because I fucked up and I shouldn't have closed it, but I did. Dun 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 dun. Let me look this up really quick. So now I fucked all my face tracking doing this. I had to time out someone because of a Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you need me to burn their house down in Minecraft? It was like single night for this test. iPhone failed. Android worked. Oh, I guess, yeah. Okay. So just check my phone if the IoT works there. I'd rather take my skinny. Have a good stream, thank you. Whose house we burning? Someone that was despicable in Buster's chat. Okay, I guess we're connecting to this Wi-Fi. No one yet. Alright, we'll try to fix it over here first then. Let me just do. Hang on. Ow, ow, ow. Job gets done, but you worry someone. Alright, Eileen's gonna test something really quick for the sake of getting this to work. Because I'm wondering if it's not working because of the fact that, like, I'm using vitamins and stuff on 2 different computers. So, let me find out. Know you're bright as the morning, soft as the rain. As a fire. I'm just gonna close this really quick and see if it just works good over here. Because if that's the case, then I'll be happy. But we'll see. You're too sweet for me. Okay, it switched back. So. What? 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 Okay, let's do auto join. Okay. Okay. Okay, I just need it to work good for a video. I wonder if that could help as well. Hold on. Somebody to hear, somebody to hold, and somebody to hold. Say. It's trying to connect. Let me check something. Turn it off, turn it back on again. There we go. Okay, so that works nice and pretty. He's checking really doesn't like me today. And that. Restart vitamins. And then you pull the rug. I have a new question for myself. Because that's not working the way I'm hoping it to work. Which is really annoying. So maybe I have to go back to recording scripts on the main computer, which is a little unfortunate, but we can do it that way. Almost love. I know it is. It's super cliche. Because I'm kind of way. I'm gonna have to refund that. I'm sorry. I don't have the VTuber studio open. I'm sorry. So I guess my stuff doesn't want to work. Stop! Stop it. Boop. Silly. You're silly. No, it is. No, it sounds super cliche. Make me feel some kind of way. This is all in falling in love. This is falling in love. Yeah. Should've worn pants today. It's gone cold. Alrighty. Now. Is a man who wants the world in my hand. Don't probably replace it. I just want to. Fine, if you say so. Use the sleeves of my sweater. Let's have an adventure. And the clouds, but my head in the center. Touch my neck, and I'll touch yours. You in those little high-waisted shorts. Points are a construct. For you, they are, not for everybody. Also, my face tracking is gonna piss me the fuck off. Why is it lagging? Okay. New question. Is it because of this? No. I think it might be time for a clean uninstall. Or gear. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So during I was doing some stretches and had a very slight crack come from my noise. How are you doing, Draconian? Place. Welcome on in. I'm drilling with my face tracking because it's being laggy and I don't know why. Hello, Sonic Man. How you doing? And if I... Oh, what? No, disconnect. I think it is vitamins, which is really confusing. I think I know what the problem is. Actually, I can check it. I don't know if it'd be the same at this point, though. Put your hands in the holes of my sweater. Oh, hi, Taylor. Where's my yippee yahoo? Where is it? Yippee wahoo! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. Alright. I am so confused at why my face tracking is lagging so hard. Let me check something. Properties. Fun fact, did you know there's two bands named Alice in Chains, and the first band was called Alice and Chains, which is a glam metal band, and the second band, Alice in Chains, was... I did not know that. It's almost a shame you're not gay. It depends. It depends, because I do like women. Okay. Did it not? Okay, didn't do the thing. Let me try this. I've got a friend who streams, and we call self redeems like hydrate posture check gay tamagotchi, and it's very cute. I guess you're cute enough though without it. Thank you. I want both to take care of her. I just want to be taken care of in general. I want my face tracking to work. That's what I want. My face tracking is pissing me off. Because I'm starting to think it's not an iPhone thing, because when I turn it off, I'm not lagging. Everything's happening in real time. Cool. Yeah, baby. Thank you for sharing with me. I'm good. Work was good, and having my birthday all... Happy early birthday. Today's Shadow's birthday. This didn't run as admin. Just make sure. Properties. Properties. Browse. Properties. Run this program. Admin. Apply. Okay. Now maybe it'll work. Seems okay now. I wonder if there's something else on my computer that I have open that might be causing it to lag. Might be interfering with vitamins. What's your favorite Austin Power movie? I don't think I have one. I think I might have been a little too young to remember anything other than there was an Austin Power. Yes to me. Does that help it? And guess what? What's up? Let me look this up because this is pissing me off. Vitamins, VTuber, tracking, lagging. Yes to heaven, yes to me, yes to heaven, say yes to me. The big 9-0! Oh my god! Yippee! Yeah. Yippee! Yeah. And with your 9-0, I think I fixed the lag, maybe? Maybe? It seems like it works okay now. I'm seeing like slight lag, but I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. Okay, now that I got that, I think fixed. Maybe that was the problem. It's just I have to reload that script. Maybe it's a script issue. I don't really know. I gotta open stuff on here again. Same bed, but it feels just a little bit bigger now. So song you don't sound, it don't sound the same. Oh, two times to tear me down. I heard a little when I hear your name. Just sounds like ooh. Mindy. I wrote you flowers, held your hand, should have given you all my hours, had the chance, take everybody, cause all you wanted to do was dance. Now my baby's dancing, but she's dancing with another man. I think I fixed it. Okay, hopefully if this happens again, I can test it and we'll be okay. Okay. Moving in right next door. Oh. Okay. Moving in right next door is our sweetest, most gentle ENVtuber Nemu. When she's not being downright adorable, Nemu creates cozy ASMR videos. She even brings the character... Okay. I just want to bring that beginning piece in because I don't know if that worked. lies. I should have bought you flowers, held your hand, should have gave you all my hours when I had the chance. Okay, I think we're cooking. We're cooking again. Yippee! Okay. She even brings characters to life through her amazing voice acting. In a world full of stress and constant hustle, she's your reminder to slow down, rest, and take care of yourself. Streaming slices of her life, Nemu loves keeping her lovely neighbors company, whether it's just chatting or playing games together. If you can't get enough, her YouTube channel is filled with soothing ASMR, and her Patreon has even more for the extra dedicated followers. If Nemu made your day, if Nemu made your day even If Nemu made your day even a little better, go and follow her and her artists. Link below. Okay, hopefully that all worked out okay, because I'm about to blow a gasket, because something tells me I might have to re-record all my scripts from yesterday, which is gonna suck donka balls, but it is what it is. I should have done what I was. Oh. So if I don't go there, I don't. It's in the distance, with the given, just time. I love it and I hate it at the same time. Love my sins from the daylight, running from the daylight, running from the daylight. Love it and I hate it at the same time. Oh goodness, okay. Myself for the last time. Any mercy that you might find. Don't know what I cry. Early at night, but it's night time. Don't leave me in the end. Okie dokie. I'm just gonna make sure that all the other scripts are. I think this one's fine. I think this one's fine. This one. In time, when I think the boys are. Okay, I think we were good on literally every other video, which kind of throws me through a loop, but that's alright. Alrighty. make the song. All right. Shine down on me. Tell me if I could stand up my heart with you. Is VTuber. Tell me what my heart is worth. So it has to be smile on Alrighty. And now I'm gonna open Snap Captions. It's probably gonna be like there's an update. No. Let me see. Oh well. Could have kept it open to check. In here. Check for updates. Is this really the latest version? Because I got an email about it. Mr. Okay, I guess that's fine. I'm Mr. Loverman. Actually, Snap Captions, restart text, the shading. Okay. Actually. And then I'm just gonna. Oh, oops. Okie dokie. Okay. Default. Transcribe subtitle 2. Create. Alrighty, let's see how that looks. I think is that there? Oh, I see. Where's the circles? Circles. Does it do this? I see how it does this because I'm ooped. Nope. Let's do just a cross dissolve on this one. Actually, I think I might be a little silly. The only traveler. Ooh, I'm super silly. I may be a bit of a silly goober. That's okay. Gen voice try to follow again. Ooh, I wanted to modify this really quick. It's like on her chin, right here. Actually, my bad. 1 second. Oh my god, one of my favorite EDM artists did a Kia commercial? Did it have the hamsters? That's my question. Did it have the hamsters? The hamsters are the most important part about selling a Kia Soul. In my opinion, personally. Actually, while I'm doing this. What? How long have I been muted for? Whoa. I've been talking this whole time. I thought you were just, no, I've been talking this whole time. I'm never that locked in unless I'm doing something stupid. Happy birthday, Shadow! Everybody, happy birthday, Shadow! Happy birthday, Shadow! Woo! Happy birthday, Shadow! She just locked. No, she was locked in. Yeah, I was just so locked in. I was so fucking locked in. Holy fuck! Same brain cell. Same brain cell. Same brain cell. Same brain cell. It's a communal brain cell that we share. You know, it's how it is. I get it. It's okay. God damn. Thanks, Elena. I got you, buddy. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, I was talking about your whole case study and how you should just do the minimum and then and like how it's not your problem. It was 2 pages and like and I was like, put on a Minecraft video. Put on one of the Minecraft stim videos in the background and like, we'll just watch one of those while you do it so that way you don't really have to think about it. I cucked myself. I was like, wow, chat's being really unresponsive to me. Was it? No, because that would have been me muting myself, you know? Like, that's like me. Like, it doesn't. I hope not. I hope not. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. That just means y'all vibe with me. Oh. I was like, damn, chat's being a little unresponsive today, but it's okay. Maybe they're locked. I thought you guys were locked in, honestly, like on whatever you were doing. So I was gonna be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. Like, they're probably just doing stuff. I am locked out. Fair. Fair. You know what I want to do right now, if I'm completely honest with you? I'm not locked in here. You're all locked in here with me. I fuck, I honestly, oh my gosh. I don't even know what I was talking about anymore. Whatever. Not you, this one. I need to turn this off for a second. How do I can do an incognito tab. Lord, you are my side. Say something in the water. Man, I feel like a goober now. That's not what I wanted. Hold you, I'm going under. One thing I miss from working at a call center is the mute button so you could mute yourself and sneeze or say some bullshit about the customer. Can't do that IRL. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. But call centers are like mentally abusive. If I'm honest, if we could have prisoners that do really bad stuff work at call centers, I think that'd be better. Personally. Every day is going older. call centers are actually terrible. Yeah, I had a friend that worked in a call center, and it just took everything out of them, and I felt so bad. They were never the same, my opinion. Hello, Delish. Welcome on in. How's it going? I was gonna say never the same. Sounds dramatic, but that's valid. Listen, that shit, like, I don't know how to explain it other than, like, they lost the spark in their eye. You know? They lost that spark. And they were just kind of jaded since. I feel like I was going mental at one. I worked for less than a year. Yeah. Yeah, and like the hard part for him was like he was French Canadian, but like apparently where he lived, being French Canadian was like the worst because either French Canadian people were like, "Oh, you don't speak French like good enough," and so they'd berate him for that, or he doesn't or like he wasn't or like it wasn't like he like wasn't like able to go back and forth between it quickly enough that like his boss would get mad at him, and I was just like, dog, I'm sorry. Damn, that's an emo. They suck the life out of you because being customers are rough and management just yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I get that's kind of what I mean by like it just kind of it's not the same. It's not the same. When you're what like I'm sure there's some call centers that like will treat you like a human, but this one did not, and I don't think many do. If your health and catering and desks were nicer, some are better than others. I worked for one that for a year that was nicer. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, like if they have actual accommodations, I think it's fair. You know, taking care of you, and I think more companies in general should think about that. But that's the whole thing for another time, I think. I look in her eyes, and that's where I find it. I've used to work customer facing. It's never worth the tips. That's fair. I like greeting people. I'm a pretty sociable person, so I tend to not mind it, but that is completely fair. I don't want this one here. Scoot this one over. Sorry. That's a funny text. War stories for later, though. Ooh. Unless I'm making commissions because I am goated at selling stuff, as long as I believe in the product. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You gotta believe in the product before you can sell the product, in my opinion. In my mind. Look at horizon, that's where I find. I've never worked like retail or fast food, so I don't know what that's like. That's fair. I've worked in a coffee shop and I worked at a movie theater. That's Elaine's personal experience. Close this. Then we're gonna go dashboards. We're gonna go to not dashboards because I'm incorrect. Nope. I like working with people. Like I did crowd and line manager for several years, and I think I'm the same. Like I like working with people, but that doesn't mean I like working with customers. I went to many places, but only 3 gave me an offer that was good. We're all pizza. I was so the funniest. I got my. Oh, do you want? Yes, of course I do. Vexed. And you were? I did. I worked at a coffee shop that was right next to my college dorm, and they hired me on the spot. And they're like, "Do you need training?" And I was like, "Yes, I've never worked in a coffee shop before." And they're like, "Okay, we'll train you." Day 1, I get training. The guy that has to train me has like a stomach bug and keeps throwing up at work, so he taught me nothing. And then the next day, another girl comes in and she's supposed to train me. And then she just doesn't. She just kind of ignores me and is like, "Yeah, no, everything will be fine. Go for it." And I'm like, "I don't know what I'm doing, dude. I need help." And she's like, "No, you got this." And then the next day, the boss comes in and he's like, "Hey, you got your training done, right? Show me how to make like a coffee." And I was like, "No one's taught me anything, dude." And he's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, bro. No one's taught me anything." So he's trying to teach me stuff. And then I end up just serving because it was like evening time. By the time we got through all that, he just had me serve drinks. So that's my favorite part. I applied to a coffee shop. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think it'd be that silly, but it was. The people who are gonna train you get fired? No. They've been working there for like a while. They had been working there for months. I'm pretty sure they were still working there after I left. Cause like after they like had me like serving drinks, and then I think I came in one more time, and then I was kind of like, cause like they just weren't gonna teach me anything. So I was just like, I don't know if I should work here. I didn't think it was smart for me to work there and not know a single damn thing that I was doing and only serving alcohol while I was underage and not supposed to be drinking alcohol. So I was about to go down Dead Man's Hill backwards. My mom said, "Don't go down backwards." I laughed in her face. I went down backwards. I lost control of my sled and hit the huge logs that had a fence post to protect people going up the hill foot first, and the force transferred from my foot all the way to my knee. So you listen to your mom now? That's a very good reason to be listening to your mother, I believe. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Brave, but crazy. Jesus. But yeah, I still don't know really how to froth milk. Like, how to steam froth milk. Because, like, there's apparently a sound you're supposed to hear when you froth it correctly. I don't know. I'll froth your milk. Oh my. Froth my milk, friends. Okay, I don't know how. You gotta use like a steamer or something. It's really hot, too. Frothers are really hot. They don't warn you about that. The guy never... I'm surprised, honestly, that I didn't burn myself on the frother. Because, like, the milk, the little thing, bubbly noises, but it doesn't sound like... Yeah! It's gonna apply to become a juggling barista position at a local coffee shop in Judy Bob and never got around to it, but it sounds like the best... That does actually sound like a really good side quest. That does sound like a good side quest. But yeah, like, hold on, like a milk... Or, no, it's like a milk steamer. Steamer? Yeah, it's like one of these. And this thing, it gets really hot. And no one tells you that. So, like, I was, like, doing the thing where you steam... Yeah, I was steaming the milk and I almost touched the damn thing. And he's like, oh, that's hot. Don't do that. I didn't burn myself because I was, like, hesitant in the first place. So I didn't end up touching it. But if I was any faster, man... If I was a single second faster, I would have touched it with my hand. But I didn't, so... I guess okay. That's okay, guys. You got a jorker or something? I don't know. I'm not a barista. I think... Hold on, I gotta look at it again. I don't know. I'm not a barista either, honestly. I think you're supposed to turn it, and then it works. Yeah, I think you're supposed to angle it, and then it turns on. It's like an angle thing. I think that's how it works. The amount of times I've touched ovens and burned myself is crazy. It's the easiest thing to do because you're just not thinking and you're just grabbing it. Grabby. Let's do a song first. Move the cup up and down. Yeah, so the whole milk gets frothed or steamed. But, you know, this is we're not baristas, you know? It's just fine. Ovens and kitchens get hot on the outside as well. Oh, that's fair, because they don't have that insulation, right? Because, like, I mean, you're in a kitchen. Like, the convention oven got so hot and that it would boil water on the outside. That's crazy. We talking frothing? Yeah, we talking about frothing milk, because I used to be a barista for all of, like, a week. My brain is tired. Call it a brittle me, piss, Batman. Oh, you said frothing. What do you think they said? I have an espresso bar at home. It definitely takes some practice. Yeah, you know, practice that I would have gladly taken had the guy that was supposed to train me not had, like, a fucking stomach bug. That's not how I read it. Frotting my... What the fuck? I can't do art, but I make a mean latte. I believe it. Listen, lattes can be harder, you know? Hey, yo. What does frauding mean? Should I be worried? Daedalus is your name, like the great inventor. Like, no, what? What's happening? Don't worry about it. Oh, okay. I won't look it up. I'm not gonna look it up. Private! For private! Not on stream. Imagine I'm just like, guys, let me just look that up. Suddenly my account gets banned on Twitch. That'd be so funny. But not on stream. I'll look here. I'll look it up on my phone. Okay, so now I can see what I'm doing on my phone. Yeah, banned so fucking fast. Oh, okay. 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 It's like scissoring for men. Yeah, it's like scissoring for pee-pee havers. Oh, okay. I like. What did I tune back into? I looking up what frauding mean. I looked up what the frauding means because I didn't know what it meant. Should we make that the word of the day? How's the daily word? Is it like docking? No, it's different. It's different. Daily word frauding. Right? That's the word, right? There we go. You will fraud what frauded too. There you go. Seasons change, don't feel the same. Until fall. Chat, my brain's so eepy today. Normal text, this one. 2025. Create fixtures. Okay, let me take my vitamin D because that helped me yesterday when I was having a bunch of brain fog. So let me do that. This cat girl VTuber. Spaz is brighter than the neon lights. Capital D. Like that. Other. No. Other. Spunky. Yeah. That's all the times into fall. Oh, chow, why am I so eep? It'd be funny if we could have like a redeem on stream called Elaine's Dictionary and it's just words that you guys teach me. I think that would be really funny. 7. This one. Delete check. Hope your line gets better. Okay. I'm like adjusting my chair because I have a baby headache. I do not know why. It just plays your reaction to learning a word. That would be really funny. Do I have baby? Okay. What's happening? Okay. When you leave. Move track up. Move track up. Okie dokie. I want this one to be the last one. Okay, that one goes here. Lane I forgore. What'd you forgore? What happened? What did you forgore, my friend? My wedding? Your wedding! Ooh, yippee! I'm so excited. Cough in about 15 days. Oh my god! What are you serving? What are you serving? What food will be at your wedding? I'm excited for your wedding. Yeah, that's so cool. First chat wedding! That's fucking hype. That's so fucking hype, though. I'm so excited for you. This one can go here. And this one. Oh man, you must have been real busy. Okay. Husband took care of the menu. Planning all I know is going to be a mix of both culture. Cool. Thank you for the song quest. Boop. I'm trying to think. 1, 2, 3. So let's end this here. This is Eleanor Rigby. Okay. McKenzie. Wanna say all the lonely people. Lonely people. What? What's for dinner? Ooh, what is for dinner? Hello, Fox. Happy day, happy day. Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Evening, sweetest of cat cows. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in, welcome in. 1, 2. I actually kind of want to put this on the side. And then we should have another art video, which can be this one. It's not the same as that one, is it? It is not. Actually, let's do it the other way. Other way around. Link clips, dun dun dun. Okay, now I want to zoom in on them, up and over. Yeah, I like it when it's zoomed in enough that you can kind of just see the person underneath the name tag. Oh, this reminds me. Yesterday we listened to a song that Kiwi sent. It makes me want to listen to it too. Add the cue. There you go. think I'll start with this one actually. Mm. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Eh. As long as how the superpowers keep saying how much firearms and rockets, huh? What? Mm-hmm. This one. It's a giant dick measuring contest. Yes! I like that. So someone put down. Oh my god. It's lagging a little bit. Okay, there we go. Holy shit, Elaine, what's up? 1, 2, 3. That does suck. Look at what markup I just posted. 7.0. God damn it! You don't even talk about Markiplier. I don't even know why I clicked it. I should have been like, oh, what's it about? God damn it. I just clicked it. God, I'm not talking. I'm just listening to this. I can't believe you vexed. I can't believe I trusted you. Mods. Whack her, PP. Howie. Eating sweets is a pastime activity. I don't have an old school RuneScape clip, actually. I'll just put it in a Minecraft clip then. Oh, my nose itches. I have to re-add this clip. Because I made an oopsie and I accidentally cut it out. Sacred silence and sleep. Hurts to be something, it hurts to be nothing. You. Ugh, my computer's lagging. I think I need to restart the Vinky. It's lagging. Restart the Vinky because it is lagging like a motherfucker. I can't even watch a second of a video without it being like. And then I'll do the other ones tomorrow. I want to play. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you for hanging out with me. It means a lot to me. I was gonna say something and I've totally forgotten now. What was I gonna talk about? Can I play the Vex got us aquatic fish simulator, aquarium simulator, aquarium shop simulator. I want to play it. I want to play it. It's quite fun and relaxing game. Yeah, I'm really in the mood to play it. I gotta get my work done first, but I am quite in the mood. I think I want to do that, and I want to do some art. Like I want to work on some emotes. Also, just prepare your wrist for the checkout mechanics. My wrist is prepared. Don't you worry. Fuck. I keep forgetting what I'm gonna say. Oh, okay. Elaine has decided no more debut. I'm not re-debuting. I am not doing that anymore. What I will, however, be doing is, every time we have like a birthday, a celebration, a big event, probably like honestly birthday and Halloween, I will try to do something special. Whether that will be new emotes, maybe a silly scuff model, maybe a new outfit if I can afford it, but that's a hard maybe. And then so I might reveal a new outfit for my birthday. So we will have that to look forward to. Hello, Moon. How is your day off? Here today? Not today, like on my birthday. On my birthday, March 20. I might on our birthday celebration, which will be a few days after my birthday. Hey, nice job. Good job. Okay, cool. We did it. I am terrible. Why are you terrible? Why? Also, I don't have a headband in here, which kind of sucks. okay though. I have to edit all my videos today and I don't want it's okay. I'm hustling. Next hard one is the did you know one. I do have a question for my brain though. Codex Store Simulator. Whoops. Cancel. Wanted to download it. Got sick Sunday night. Only gotten worse so far. Oh no! Be sure to take antibiotics and like eat medicine and stuff. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Just shit a bed. Hello, Jado. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. I have a restroom. I'm gonna install this in the background while I go to the restroom. I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom and then feel free to chat me up about whatever you want while I edit videos. I will be right back though. I chugged a bit too much of coffee this morning. I will be right back. Winefren every couple hours and hoping for the best. Understand. Oh no, Zomboid update. Hope and pray. Hi, Miu. Hello, my love. I hope you feel better soon. That was crazy. Hello, Miu. I hope you're doing well. All right, 3 more videos. 3 more videos. Did this figure it set off out or no? It did not. Thankfully, my save looks fine. I'm glad. I think something went wrong with this. Hold on. Metro cool planning. Yeah, I think something went wrong with this video. Get food, BRB, Ungy. Oh, everybody get food if you're hungry. Please get food. Get food. Do not starve. Okay. Okay. It's so easy to fall in love. Alrighty, next video. On. I gotta check something really quick in my emails. Email Corp. All right, let me send emails really quick because I've procrastinated on sending these emails for too long. Messages. It's so easy. Hello. Do you have a favorite word? Blubber. Blubber, I think, is my favorite word. I'm marketing manager. You guys had any marketing tips? Fan. Greatly appreciated. It's so easy. I don't know how to spell, and that makes me sad. Okay, this one. And then TTRPG. I'm just gonna reach out to people in general. This one looks cool. Dark matter sci-fi looks cool. Load more. Okay, I think we'll go with these two first. Does copy their email? I have to hide my screen if that's the case because I cannot show work email. Okay, that didn't work the way I wanted to. Creator. Mage hand press. It's that easy, babe, if you leave me. They have a contact us. Thank you for sharing your streak with me, Moon. Thank you. How would I go about contacting these guys? Don't leave me. Okay. And then I have to write that down somewhere. Chat code. Okay. What's about this? We'll find someone for your need help. Facebook, Threads. Oh, I want to email them. That leads me back to what I thought. Okay, I don't know if we can contact these guys, which is unfortunate because their stuff looked interesting. Okay. Oh. That is a good question that Elaine does not know the answer to. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, Instagram. Okay, maybe that won't work the way I think it will. Guess unless I log in. Thank you for the wellness check. Okay, my other idea then would be to do the other thing that I could do. Can he log in? What? What? Okay, this is my other idea. Triple. Oh, that sounds delicious. That is very fair. In a reckless fever, a girl teaser, I'd never be her. The job you've done on me, sir. Oh, nope. Looking every time you have my word. Okay, that one. Feelings down. And if you leave me nowhere to be found. Another day And DoorDash it or just crave it and suffer? Fair. I think you should get it because you're not feeling too great. And I think anything that'll make you feel better is a worthy investment, in my opinion. What job you've done on me, sir. Been hosting bodies in my mind. King over time you have you. This one. DoorDash, 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 DoorDash. Well, that's not the button I'm looking for. Okie dokie, I have emailed them. Would I never be here? And now I gotta look for the other part of my job that I promised I was gonna do is marketing manager VTuber. I had a cool pocket knife, but my Airbnb doesn't have a mailbox, so I thought they'd just leave it there, but they returned it to sender. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. I guess we'll message Mythic and Mana Agency. For Vault today, don't mind that. For all of today, I generally can't tell if I'm hungry. Had some ramen earlier just because I should eat something at least. Don't feel any different. Well, that's where comfort food comes into play, right? Liquids are important. I think the limited edition updated version. I think it's like, what the fuck? Why would they send it back to sender? I don't know what I'm doing. So I mean, today's almost 7. Then get something that makes you happy. So if that muffin's gonna make you happy, do the muffin. Do the muffin. I guess I'm gonna egg. Ooh, Elaine's putting her neck out on the line. Ooh, look at Elaine. I'm so scared. I'm too small for this. What the muffin? With the muffin? Do the muffin. Do the muffin. I'm scared. Chat, I'm scared. This is something I should do anyway for my personal growth, but I'm afraid. Do it. Do it. Elaine, subject. Advice and tips. Hello. This is Elaine, and I go by englishvtuber on all my socials as a consistent content creator. I was wondering if you guys had any resources on growing marketing for an indie VTuber. Hopefully, a group like to a what technically is Mythic talent agency, to a talent agency. If you guys have any resources on growing. Oh, they're gonna look at my YouTube and they're gonna be like, oh, lame. Fuck. You made me laugh into my cough. You jerk coughing hurts. Oh, I'm sorry. That coughing hurts. I'm sorry. Holy shit, 1.3K. Okay. 1,300 into your name. Pretend it's yours instead. Do, 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 do. Advice and tips. So I got long hair, glitter painted it, wear all black, and put some. Oh, and I was expecting her to give me shit about it. Yeah, what have they said anything at all? Looking at you, you look at me. I was just telling me well. Things. I don't wanna get undressed with a new person. Nope, they've been cool, which is surprising. Have people been mean to you about it before? Because I'm glad that they're cool about it, because, like, how you express yourself is up to you, you know? Instead, I don't want the children of another man to have the eyes of the girl I won't forget. Sorry. I don't have enough breath in my lungs to be doing shit like that. They're kind of blue collar Southern guys. I mean, that's really sweet. If they're Southern guys and they're just like, yeah, dude, do whatever you want. It's honestly very nice. Not to pretend it's yours instead. Get undressed for a new person all over again. I need you coming now. I need you coming now. Like that. Do it like this because they're two separate sections. Stored properly, honey can last for years, even millenniums. There are three specific factors that occur when this yummy since this was created. Bees. But half of them like anime, so they're kind of like dye your hair gray and be like Kakashi, and they nickname me Han. Aww, that's nice. I'm glad they're nice to you, because if they weren't, I'd burn their house down, theoretically, in Minecraft. So, I'm glad. Lets me go. He loves me. I don't know. I kind of feel like burning someone's house down today. I've said it many a times. The entire process, honey loses about over 60% of its water content. Let's see you when I get you everywhere. Still. Don't believe me. I think they respect anyone who's nice to work with and pulls their own way and can joke with. That's very fair. I mean, that's very fair. Like I don't know. I think at that point, especially when you work at like a seasonal job, you come to just like go with the flow. You know, you just kind of go with it. As long as you're not an asshole, I'm sure they just roll with the punches, you know? Alright, muffin plus chalky milk. Whoa! Now you will not have dry mouth when eating muffin. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. I am happy. Alrighty. What am I thinking about? I was thinking about looking at something, but now you know what I haven't looked at today? I haven't looked at my Yoshi. Oh my god. A mail. Mail. Hello? Oh my goodness. How do I read this? Oh. Hello. I'm well. How are you? I have a space there. Message. There you go. A lot of people around here are kind of sexist and homophobic, though, so I thought for sure I'd be getting some shit about it, being a little fruity. That's completely fair. That's why when you're like, they're kind of like Southern guys, I was like, but I'm glad that you're in a safe space, you know, and that makes me happy. That makes me happy. Do we have companions yet? I am a super supporter. I'm a super supporter. Did you decorate your Myoshi page? Slowly. Why is it not working now? My border is kind of bunk. But I'm doing like a chalkboard aesthetic is my plan. But my border is being kind of bunk right now. I don't know why. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there slowly but surely. I'm working on it. It takes a bitch. It takes a while for me to do because coding is hard. Coding is hard. Oh, hold on, Josh. Where I go? I work in one of the most racist, sexist, homophobic industries, and what I've always seemed to find is nothing is more important than being able to pull your weight. You can look however you want, as long as you pull your weight, you know. I don't think people tend to care. Respect goes a long way. Canva maybe. So the studio who created Paranorman and Caroline Kubo is making Project Wildwoods. Interesting. That company is called Leica, and they are based here in Oregon. And the owner of Leica Studios also is the son of the owner of Nike. Fun fact. Better to have one of them queers who knows what they're doing than a white guy who's an idiot. Per reach. I'd more than happily take sass over fucking someone who's yelling at me that doesn't know what they're doing. The best Nepo baby for real. That's why if you ever notice a new Leica movie comes out, there's also gonna be a Nike pairing with it. Where are they located? I don't know other than Oregon. I haven't looked it up in a while. I'm here, I'm here. Here comes a thought that might alarm you. What something said and how it harmed me. Something you did. Things that I said. Suddenly sobbing it all. I'm losing sight. I'm losing touch. All those little things seem to matter so much. me. My coworkers I constantly throw the F slur around. They're fully aware that slur applies to me. They asked if I was okay and just said don't say it in front of customers. If any of them become an actual jerk, privileges revoked. That is, yep, that is fair. That is fair. I'm here. Just a thought, just a thought, just a thought, just a thought. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And nothing else we can wish, make it wish, that's goodbye. I'm here, from here.
Father, help!
Ah! Interlink. Woo! Hello. Also, look at redeems. I need my. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I miss? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Moon, I wish you the most well. I send you my love, my health, and my assurance that you will feel better hopefully soon. Especially when you get that chocolate muffin. How you doing, Int? Hello, Kiwi. Welcome on in. I'm sorry, Moon. I'm sorry that I missed that. Comes the fear of the unknown for sure. Moon will parrot. No, they won't. They're okay. They're fine. See, look, I did it. They're okay now. Yippee! Everybody's okie dokie. What a lucky lad, Kiwi. You literally cursed anyone who's lucky lad. That's BLT. Lucky lad is BLT. Everybody's falling in love and I'm falling behind. Two. Oops. Oh, that's a different Kiwi. That is a different Kiwi. That is not the Kiwi Sagas. That's Kiwi Goblin books. Also, I think it's crazy that you've been here for 3 years and knew Kiwi Sagas, but I didn't. But I didn't know Kiwi. Like, you know, that was crazy when Kiwi told me about that. How got you silently accept your wishes. I just got home from the store and now ramen mango monster until yum. I disappear when I get yeeted. Small world on God. On God. I don't think I want to use that today. I want to use the other one. Everybody's falling in love. Everybody's falling in love. More bees. Thank you for the save checks. Hey, is Moth Meow. Hey, is Moth Meow a VTuber? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, Mothmin is a VTuber that we've rated, I think once. Did I use that clip yet? Ever did speak. Mothman, yeah. Mothman. Moth Meow. Very close. Yeah, well, guys, I love. No, I don't. I do not. This is a lie. Just gonna... Oh, okay. I guess that's where I'm heading it. It's kind of lurk. Thank you for the lurk. You see Porcelain's guard? I saw their new I saw their new male model, which looks pretty cool. Someone said I look like Hikaru Utada, and I don't see it, but they do be a vibes. Damn real shit from Taylor. Taylor plays Hikaru Utada a lot here, which is fucking very coincidental. Yeah, that's what he's calling it, since it's a nutcracker and didn't want to call it a port. That is fair. That is very, you know what? That's very fair. That, that makes sense. That makes sense. Text. Expired 2020. Snow Zeta Vincent. Share, download, transparent, current page, download. BRB, no problem. I do like the mail. I watched a little bit. I watched when he like was revealing it, and he's like, "All right, chat, you gotta put me together. You have to put me together. I can't put myself together because I don't know how." I was like, I watched that part. It was pretty funny. Oh, it's this one I wanted. Boop. All right, let's see. Thank you for the head pets. We're gonna do a little something. A little pop in here. But da 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 da. OP. Nightstand. I needed to have a visual effect. OMNOP. Feel my hand. Oh, won't you? I saw that he has a femme voice changer for it too, since it's supposed to be a gender. Oh, interesting. There are 3 specific factors. Where's the pop? I forgot where it is. Look at self-control. Glucose oxidate. Like a shifting noise. I need a shifting noise right here. Which I think love is clear to see. Darling, stay with me. Whoa, what's this? VTuber? VTuber? That's it's Porcelain Maid. Joel. Squatch boy, Squatch boy. You're all I need. Say love is clear to see. Then stay with me. Stay with You did 2 exclamation points. It took me a second to realize that. Sorry. Stay with me. Okay. Good ding. Form. I need like the sound of someone going. Bleh. Grown, maybe. Hurt. Sure. It's water. Water. Hello, Osho! Welcome on in. How are you doing? Okay. 3,000-year-old honey. Only the Kiwi sagas you will get. You wait, what? You want more Kiwi sagas? You only want because you already have Kiwi saga technically. Also the bean. I mean the bean. It's okay. You'll get it. You get it. You get her. You'll get her. Don't worry. Me again. You say you can never make a change. Video editing. Did you know? Boop 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 boop. 3,000-year-old jar of honey. I cried about him. Vibing at work, and they sang toxicity, and it was I was there. It was really good. So we got the same hours working. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. That makes me happy because then we can work together more. Okay. Glucose elements. Glucose. Oh, what is the thing? What is the word I'm looking for? Elaine's brain is kind of tired. Oxidase. This shit. Search. This works for me. Share download. Transparent. Current page. Download. Work. Work. Did you know? Save. And then I need... What's the other one? It's the disinfectant. Glucose acetate. I got 10 hours left. 10 hours till what? Till what? Pee pop wobble. 10 hours left of work. If you'd share it with me. 10 hours. 10 hours. I'd be here till like fucking 3 a.m., man. I think I would maybe I'd maybe no, I'm not gonna lie. I might not be able to last that long. I guess I actually need to look up nectar. Sure. Add disinfectant. Disinfectant. This one works. Add term. I'm gonna work my day off tomorrow too. Why? Why are you gonna work tomorrow too? Why are you working tomorrow too? It's your day off. Okay, I'm gonna be lazy for the rest of the video. Today's my 8th 12-hour shift in a row. Well, then why aren't you taking tomorrow off? Now you got me more confused of why you're not taking the day off. Like what? I should have those in my resources. Think of the overtime money? Okay, fair. What's up? What's the matter? This is the worst thing that could happen. What happened? What happened? What is it? Is it your saves? Is your saves booped? Is it the Project Zomboid saves? I bet it's the Project saves. Become a disinfectant. That one mixed. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Downtown Louisville and the helicopters here. In Project Zomboid or wait, what? You've gotten a lane confused now. I need more context. And Zomboid, yeah, okay. I'm confused. Boop. Boop. Which one mixed? Make a disinfectant. Whoop. Whoop. There you go. If it spots me, then it'll hover around me and pull so fucking many. Ooh, yeah, you should hide in a building. That would be my suggestion until it goes away. Or throw a grenade at it and hope it lands inside. I'm back and you're booped. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bruh, why is my playback poopy? I was handed before camera originals there. Oh, I didn't make a pocket. I didn't. Pa. PH. Delete. Then I need an arrow. But I said all the golden. Nobody cried. Nobody even noticed the sun standing right there. I kinda thought they might care. But when I wake up, I see you with me. As long as I'm here. I was gonna say I could have said hi. I was gonna say I was there like 3 weeks ago. I could have said hi. There where? There where? There who? They don't deserve you. I would scream, but my head was underwater. Only weak. Starter. Oh, 4. Anybody know? A dream. I've been added. What is happening? Oh, it's just this. Okay. Because I think instead. Okay. And then I don't know how I'm gonna do this thing that I'm thinking of, but I will. We'll do it. Come talk a fun come. Cross dissolve and then these guys. And then so it'll be like this, and then And then here, I want it to... Boop, boop. Okay. And then I want it to, like, dissolve. Nope. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Found out there's an official global ranking of characters for one. Really? Really? What is it? Send it to me. I want to see. Nathan Paul. I like Nathan Paul a lot. Okay, hold on. I gotta watch this as a full thing. Howard Carter. Thank you. I will look at that in 2 seconds. What the different is. I keep thinking. I discovered this class. Yeah, I like his I think it was like, what would you do if I died? It was like one of the ones where like his friend is like, what would you do if I died? Or something like that. And I like that one a lot. Oh, I like that picture, Kiwi. The picture in the club room. Hold on. I'm messaging my rigger really quick because I got stuff to say. Not bad stuff, just I feel bad stuff. Oh, my PFPs. I saw that. It's so cute. I think Kiwi, if you want, there's one other model style that I might try that's just I think it might just be a PNG. I'm not sure. That I made one for myself. Hold on, I can show you. Where's my tablet? It's much more simple and it'll be more similar to how I do my emotes. But I thought it would be a cute model to have as well. Or like at least a PNG thing. that I was thinking, like, if you were interested in, I can make you one as an example. Where did I put her? Oh, there it is. Staring me at the face. I will send it to you on Discord. So I don't want to screen share right now because I still have work to do, and then I'll get distracted, and then I'll cry. Send. So if you wanted something like in that style, like let me know. I won't say no. I'm just saying it's a bit more cutesy wootsy than like detailed and stuff. So, but yeah, I don't know if people would want them, but for those of you who are curious, this is what I'm talking about. It is one that's kind of like it's this. I don't know what to describe it as, but yeah. I think I like that. Speaking of, oh, oh, really? That's cool. Are they all gonna play martial artist and folk called disconnected? It's okay. That my it helps at all is like March, probably 27th. Birthday. March, April, May, August. Return stream after. October, Halloween. October, September. I think those will be the main ones. Well, Jacques, the Whipper, is in it. That's so cool. Dude, send that shit to me. I want to know. Okay, I'm gonna take a small break just to look at some of the things. And I want to talk about something with you guys. And I don't know how yeah, for that, yeah. I want to vote. Can I vote? Who is number one? The pieces come so far. I already know who I'm voting for. Vote now. I know who I'm voting for. I'm always gonna vote for Monkey D. Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, my favorite. All my favorite guys in it. Fair. I want to look through this, but it's gonna probably give me spoilers. I like the art style, this like watercolor art style they did for everyone though. Can I save these images? Where are these getting I wonder where they're getting these images from, because this would be really good. Muffin Aquari? What do you want to talk about? Okay, so I might have to draw it out. Okay, so Elaine has... Oh, I'm gonna fucking blind myself. Okay, so for longevity of the stream, streamers tend to have a few events that happen every time of the year. They'll do like their birthday, and then they'll do like an anniversary stream, and then typically like I feel like a holiday. They like doing a holiday. I think those are the only ones that I hold. Hold on, I just wrote them down. Yes. So, thank you. That's my birthday month. So instead of doing an anniversary stream this year, I will be gone for a week in July. So instead, I'll be doing something in August instead of September. So instead of, because our anniversary is in September, I think. Hold on. OG debut 1K followers. Affiliate. I got affiliate. Oh wow. Fuck it. Actually, I don't know what I want my. I don't know. Okay. Anywho, Elaine's turning 21. I'm turning 26. Unfortunately, I'm getting older. But anywho, so what we do. So my plan is whenever. So. I guess I don't know that like other people are as structured with this with their events, but this is kind of like what I'd be celebrating in which week. I found there's a lit TR in Denver in July and was thinking about going. It's the last week of July, but I will be in California. I'm not going to Colorado. I'm going to California this time. But essentially, so I will have an event here, and an event here. These main ones are like okay. Darn, yeah, I'm sorry. Next year I'll probably go to Colorado though. Cause I have saved up money. Anywho, so obviously we'll have like charity. Okay, but okay. Anywho, sorry, I really have to talk this out because I have to make sure this sounds okay. Okay, so these are the main three that I'd like to do in 2026 at the very least. Each having their own, maybe like outfits or a feature of the model that I really want to be like a big thing. Now, I have an idea for this that I think might change one plan I have. Yeah, I think I'm having ideas. Okay. But like each of these will have an outfit. Right now I have 2 outfits, so I'm gonna have to plan this last one. I think I know which one I want it to be though. Actually, how about you guys vote? I'm gonna have you guys vote right now. I'm not gonna put a poll in chat. I'm just gonna have you pick. Pick. Fucking son of a bitch. Okay, it's between these last 2. I'm thinking I might lean to a rework of the techie outfit. I don't know, what outfits are we missing? So these are all the outfits that I have besides my main one, okay? My head's in the fucking way. Hold on. There you go. These are all the outfits that I have. This is chibi, so it should be TOS fine. But these are all the ones that I have. I'm just talking while there's a fucking ad going on. I'll wait for the ad to be over. I'm frustrated. I want to talk about this because I've been thinking about this for years. This conundrum that I'm having, I've thought about it for years. So now that I finally have it in my brain to a point where I'm like, I know. Number 3, you can't vote for because we already have that one. I just want to crop it. We already have number 3. This is a good way to reveal it too, because it's not on like my main model. What is the vote for? For me, the ads. I'm waiting. Is this outfit rework or new model stuff? This is rework, I guess. What wear to wear on your birthday? Kind of. Okay, so hold on. Ads will end in a minute. Okay, hold on. I gotta talk to my rigger. Hold on. maincoow nodders. Think. Then do the. The one that. Hold on. I think we could do this. Okay, hold on. I will answer. Okay. I'm free. Welcome back. Okay. All right. Everybody's here now. Okay, so the conundrum I have is that there are three things. So this year will be the year of new, right? And so essentially, we're going. Don't vote yet. You don't know what you're voting for. So we have an outfit that's already been made that I'm going to be used on my birthday, right? And then anniversary will have another outfit. Either it'll be one that's already made or it'll be no. Okay, and then Halloween will have an outfit. Okay. Fuck it. I'm gonna make you listen to this video just because you said that. Fuck. Which song is that one? Don't tell me. I think it's Heartbeat. Anywho, god damn it. I feel like you got that emo just because I say okay a lot. Anywho, so right now, the current outfits that are ready are the first three. You guys know of the first three. Know of is a strong language. The first three are ready. Obviously, I've done. It's Bonfire? You are right. It is Bonfire. I'm a fake fan. So, hold on, copy image. Okay, so. Fuck. This is way bigger than I thought it would be. Okay. Okay. I've never seen 3 until now. That I've never worn it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm fucking wigging out right now. I'm wigging out really hard right now. Okay. So, 1. Oh wait, no, I know how to do this. 3 is classy because Elena's a class lady. Do you really think so? I think you're pulling my leg here. I ever mentioned how the dream dress was like a D&D character skating out to a ball? No, but that's fucking sick. Okay, so. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay. Copy image. Okay, so leave me alone. I'm trying to do things. Okay, so. Hold on. I'm wigging out. My leggy. Okay, I'm wigging out a little bit because I need to talk this through. Okay, anywho. And it would be easy if I could use a pen, but I can't. Okay, so we've already, I gotta draw. Okay, so you've already seen this outfit, which I revealed last Halloween, right? You've seen, why is that not red? I said red. Apply. Okay, we'll become coherent. Okay, all right. Her brain is red. No, I need to down a little more. Okay, deep breath. Okay, recentered. We got this. All right. Eyes down, ass up. All right, guys. Anywho, you've seen this outfit. You've seen this one already. This is not new. We've had this one. This one is like my fun little colorful crafty outfit, okay? Now, this one is our sleepwear outfit that I can't promise will be done by birthday. This one is already, so this one is done and this one is done, right? Arm toggles may not be perfect for these two, but they are done. Like, I could turn them on right now, done, if I wanted to. Okay, and then we have this one, right, that will be in the works. And I'm thinking this one will be for this time. With 2 toggles, 2 arm toggles. I think is my plan. Okay? Can you guys see? Is the red legible? Did I fuck up? Did I use a bad color? Let me make it thicker. With plus 2 toggles. Okay. I can read it. Okay. 2 for Annie. Okay. Now, I'm thinking we can do 3. Here, let me label them. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I'm thinking we could do 3. You're good. Okay, try it. I'm trying not to. We could do for my birthday. Or we could do it and I can try to recolor my model in a way to make me look like an evil sorceress with this one. Yes, that is me. For Halloween. But we wouldn't have an outfit for March. That's the only downside. Okay? So this is route. Oh shit. So that's option 1, methinks, right? Option 2 is instead we have 4, 5, not fast. Not fast is the only problem. So my other idea, since it's already done, checking back to dinner time, we do this for birthday. We have a classy 26th birthday, right? And then one of these will be for Halloween. It'll probably be 5, if I'm honest. It'd probably be a rework of 5, or we could just get a new outfit for Halloween. And we can think of something new for Halloween. So we have 4, 5 are new. Idea 2, I vote 5. Suck you butt, Elaine might be fun. Do you ever stream with 5? Never seen it. It is not on this model. It is on an old model that I have. I don't know if I have. It's not on this computer. Hold on, I can show it. I realize I cannot show it because this is not TOS. It's a chibi, so it's fine, but I do not stream with this model because these 2 outfits are from an older model. This was from version 1, Elaine, back in like 2023, I think. And this one was a birthday outfit. This one was a birthday outfit, and then this one was just because Cyberpunk 2077 came out. 3 and 5 feel most Halloween if you go sexy costume route. Can't believe Twitch be like this to us. On God. But I think I might get 5 reworked. Because I've had a few designs for birthday, but that'd have to be next year. Yeah, this was my like sparkly princess birthday one, but I didn't get that one done because I think 3 and 4 are very like 4 is like 3 is the evolution of 4 in my opinion. You know, like 4 evolves into 3. That makes sense. You could rock the techie one reworked when you're editing locked in. That's true. Twitch deprived me of my simple man wishes. Yeah. So, like, I guess the plan is currently is that, like, we need a holiday plan. A holiday Halloween plan. And something that I think could be... I'm voting 3, 2, 5 in order with these options. 3, 2, 5. For Halloween, right? Because, like, 2, I think we're just going to do for the anniversary. So, 3... So, this is... So, okay. Okay, hold on. The options are Really 4, 5, and new. Okay, hold on. New. And then Kiwi votes for 5. So we have 1 vote for that. Hologram Edge Runner for Elaine. We have another vote for 5. No, better than man, because I am one. I'm like A, so still become fair. Birthday 3, 2 anniversary, 5 Halloween. Okay, I think, okay, that's where we're landing. Okay. If that's where we're landing, I do have to go to the other computer because we have 2 variants of my outfit. We have 2 variants of my outfit that I had that were designed for me that I did not. I ended up using one of them, and I don't know if I want to get it redesigned again or if we just like it the way it is. So let me send that to myself, and then you guys can tell me what you think. So, let's take these 2. And then the other one was created by... It is, I think, a solo piece. So it would have been out here. Where is it? In here? No. Need like 5 seconds. I'm trying to find... Does chocolate milk taste funny? Is it because you had chocolate on top of chocolate, or did you have something before the chocolate? Hold on, where the fuck is the... Where the fuck is my other art? Oh, here it is. Okay, here it is. Okay, so one's a bit more sporty than the other, I'd say. I just gotta spam click enter until it sends it to me. Okay. 4 could be a recolored for different holidays. That's fair. Hold on. Okay, so right now the different... Oh shit, not that. That. Why not send that to myself? Oh, I put it in the fridge. That's fine. That's fine. Fridge works too. Okay, so I put it in the fridge, but I will show it here on stream because I didn't realize I put it in the fridge. That's fine. KDA Elaine, yeah, kind of. It was mainly just because Cyberpunk 2077 was coming out, and a lot of YouTubers had tech wear outfits. So there was version 2. Let me put them side by side. KDA. Oh, Kali was so fucking cool. Okay, so we have these 2. I'm probably not gonna do the mask. I'm still sipping though. Technically, I had the milk first. It just tastes funny, still good, just not as much as usual. Yeah, I mean, if you're stuffy, then yeah. So the left one is a bit more like sport wear, and then the right one is tech wear. Now, I do have an idea. Alternatively, this is also where the pigtail hair, which you guys see me wear sometimes. This one. That's where this came into play originally, was like having pigtails with this outfit. I really wanted a baseball bat, if I'm honest. I forget that your model is hot. That's fair. I am just a cozy guy, so it is kind of hard for me to be like, haha, sexy. You wouldn't, oh my god, you would not believe the art that I had on my first model. Where did I have an image of it, I think, somewhere. Hold on. Cozy times. Yeah, I'm a cozy guy. I'm a cozy guy. I had this. This was one of the outfits that I had. Hold on. This one. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I had that at one point. I will say, I do like Kiwi's comment. I remember, yeah, Daedalus here for the OG. I remember specifically there was one time I got a raid. It was the raid that I met VOD Mark in. And people were like, damn, came for the raid, stayed for the tits. And I'm like, fair game, guys. Can't believe they took it from us. I mean, to be fair, I took it from you. I kind of felt a little shy getting degraded every now and again, so I was the one that took it. Usually is to get as hot as possible and not let anyone hit. Oh God. First time I was here, I was like, ooh, by the 5th time I forgot you had booba. My booba is pretty covered, to be fair, cuz like I have the screen on all the time as like immersion, but then you don't get to see my tatas. Like Icarus to the tits, on God, Icarus to the tits. New Year's, but so I'm trying to think now. No, let me go back to this. Okay, so when I stream, you kind of just see this, right? You see this, and you're gonna see this, you're gonna see this. Even if Techie wasn't secondary, me, that's such a cool outfit. Thank you. Yeah, so right now, okay, going back to what we were talking about before, currently, I like the crown on 4. The crown on 4 was one of my favorite things. That one was designed by Tharea. Let me go to my Twitter really quick. Dress for recolors New Year white, gold, Valentine's red, pink. Okay. Ooh, that's a hard one, I will say, because like recolorability is really important to me. TH. Wait, hold on. What? I thought her name was Tharea. What colors would Christmas be? All of the colors. Probably green and red, though. So, Tharea was the one that designed the outfit originally. I don't know if this file will still work. Yeah, it won't. Okay. So, this is like a sketch of it. This was the original outfit that was designed for me. Do not mind that I'm pale as fuck. My VTuber used to be pale as fuck. But Kiwi's got a damn fucking good point about the fucking recolorability. Son of a bitch. Every color we can't see, a lane will be available. Fuck yeah. I'm thinking Christmas lights. I say I like TechWorks Refresh and designs anytime. They're even some of my favorite One Piece official drawings. That's fair. It's just like, so the thing is this will be our outfits forever. I cannot guarantee that after this year I will be able to get any more outfits. Is my thing, you know? I'd have to talk to BZ about it. I'd have to talk to Ozu about it. I have to talk to my wallet about it. Oh, they were? What the fuck? That's really cool. So that's why I'm kind of like, are we doing 4 or 5? My only reason of leaning towards 5 is because 3 and 4 are similar. But Kiwi has a really good point that 4 is recolorable in a really good way. Like it really could work for Valentine's, Christmas. What else did we say? Is it Valentine's, Christmas? Sorry, I can't scroll like I normally can. New Year's white and gold. This is already like New Year's Eve, so that I can think that would work for New Year's. Valentine's, St. Patty's green. I can try to make this like a green. That guy's a jerk, on God. 3 is also very recolorable. 3, I think, is harder to recolor because it's darker. So it's kind of like the darker the color palette is, I think it's the harder it is to recolor. September has Orange Cat Appreciation Day. Does it really? I could try to recolor it in a different way. I have so another thing that I kind of wish is that I could recolor my head entirely, because there are colors that I want to try sometime, and I think I know how I would recolor without being like without needing re-rigging. Hi, Dead Son. But it's kind of like I don't know if that's what I want to do exactly, because it would just be I would lighten my hair in, like, I would change the textures to lighten my hair in like photo like in Affinity or something. For also kind of feel like Fairy Godmother Wish Granter. Yeah, but that's like same. Dead Son, give me your opinion. For Halloween, I have 3 events coming up this year. There will be the only 3. And we are kind of setting in stone what outfits I will have for this model. Do you have a preference between 4 or 5, or to see me in something new? Orange Cat, redheaded Elaine? Exactly. Do I become... I wonder if I could be redheaded. But anywho. I think the only problem, like, I would get this changed a little bit to be TOS friendly, but this one's already TOS friendly. All I know is 3 is from that Smexy art trend that will be locked in once it show that I will be locked in once it shows up before I never forget about the outfit because of your comfy ass. You're welcome. Listen, 3 was designed by my old rigger for funsies. Remember eating kid cuisine and still being hungry. I did not. I had a small stomach as a kid. I also never got to really have kid cuisine as a kid. I heard a fish colors R block. It probably does. Yeah, dogfish. That's a dumb looking fish. Boop. Bet you thought it was gonna be a cute ass fish. Nah, it's a weird ass fish. All 5 needs is to TOS fishnet to cover up the uncouth thigh tees. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because 5 is so different from what we already have, which these 3 are what we already have. But I think it's just random. I actually draw a cute looking fish. I don't know. I'm drawing with my mouse. If I was a fish. There you go. There's a fish. Give him gills. Actually, let me just ask BZ. That'd be a good idea, huh? And then we'll go back to rigging. Or not rigging, video editing. we could. This weekend, some fixes. We can. I vote for 5 rework because I feel like Elaine likes that one the best. I like it because it's different, but it's a really hard sell now because of the recolorability for 4. If I'm honest. But I am gonna ask BZ what they think. Let's do the hair fix. WESOME, but no sweat. Also, since I have those 3 events, like between these 2, 1 color options, but is similar to the other dress I have, but 2 is fresh and different. Just answering. Okay. I'm asking BZ what would be the best, because I also don't want her to rip her hair out, because that would be bad. You can also say neither. Sheer? One VTuber has hips that wouldn't follow TOS, but they covered it with a slightly transparent but solid color thingy. I don't know what it is. Suddenly it's fine despite seeing hips. Yeah, technically, as long as it's not skin colored, it's fine. As long as it, yeah, like, as long as it looks like sheer, like, that some cloth is over said pieces. Good. Think of names for individual. I like the first. I like. I think makes more sense. Okay, thanks for talking to me about that, guys. I now will put my fucking manic ramblings. Hello. I read it. It was so good, but so dry. It is, isn't it? Just hurts your feelings. All right, I gotta take all my manic stuff and put it in my Discord, so that way I don't forget. I'll keep my fish in here somewhere. Hello. Okay. I'm not gonna say that name. Can live than any amount of cloth with. I don't know who that is. Also, luminal dull or something. Would you rather Hacker Elaine or Princess Elaine outfit? Oh, yeah, okay. Alright, which one would you prefer, TRCG? I'm gonna call you CG from now on. CG, pick one. I probably noticed this before and just forgot. Have you always had a bow around your neck? Yes. Yes, I am a blue ribbon cat cow. This is like one of my main things that I have in this model is my bow. I've always had this. It's just, again, covered by the screen. I'm back. Welcome back. I had my ramblings. Alright, I also have to erase a second. Oh, hacker. Okay. Okay, we got one more vote. We got one more vote for hacker. But I will also get BZ's notes on it. But looks like we might be leaning towards this one. Boop, 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 boop. Reminds me of that story, The Green Ribbon. The Green Ribbon. Oh, and they never take it off. That's fair. Fun fact. Technically, I'm not supposed to say this. Electric Octopus mode fair. I am Lich Mara. Liches have, what do you call it? Liches have phylacteries. My bow is my phylactery. And then when she's about to die, she lets her husband take it off. Oh, hacker feels like it could be adjust to urban materialist too. Interesting. Saying the same, didn't know the name though. Phylacteries. Yeah, phylacteries is a big word. Phylacteries is a big boy word. What the fuck? Lore drop. Random lore drop on a random Tuesday afternoon. Somnolan dinosaur. Coordinators. It is. What are those? They're the lifeline of a lich. Well, a lich cannot die if have phylactery. Lich can never die if have phylactery. If not have phylactery, I will die. And then, when her husband takes the ribbon off, her head falls off. Yeah, I remember that. They tether the lich's soul to this mortal plane. Okay, hold on. Minecraft eat. That's why BLT is a chocolate homunculus, homemade phylactery. I remind me they go to breaking chokers to kill leeches. Kill liches. You got me on that one, bud. Fuck. He's trying to do a thing. BLT holding. He is. He's holding BLT the turtle. BLT is holding BLT the turtle. Ooh, my girls. Turt Reynolds. Turt Reynolds. Bravely ate it. This one. Heart like a parked car. 440. I need 3D keyer. And then I gotta take this to FX. Boop. Boop. Fuck you, pay me. Okay, and then add track. Add the honey back in. Swoop. 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 Elaine, when she has questions about her mouth, what up? Stop it! I almost read that, you asshole. You goober. My bad. You can't be saying that stuff, man. What if I accidentally say it? this one. And then here it's gonna be gone. That's what they're called. I mean, kind of. Then it gets clip simple. Simple? Simple what? Bravely, he tasted. What am I saying? Ow. My first show to Donald Glover was the 2009 movie Mystery Team. I don't know what that is. What's the other guy? Okay, this guy. I think this actually needs to appear here. I gotta look something else up now. Got that cherry soccer ribble. Tastes like red Starburt. That sounds pretty good. So job update. The bookshop took up the posting, but I applied to the... Like, took it down as if, like, they hired someone, or... Thumbs up. Download transparent current download. Either hide someone or decide to look somewhere else. Damn, I'm sorry. Hopefully this other job will take you though. Maybe they had bad health insurance. You never know. Okay, I gotta see how this works. Okay. Okay, I know what I want. Drink. Turn it down. SBS underappreciated. On God, on God. They're what I sent most of your packages with. I think. This to be an exclamation point. A lot of rural routes in there. Yeah. I can do it. Okay. Outfit for October. On the other hand, my new Barnes and Noble's open. So, oh, yeah, for sure. I need. I'll be back, then I'll probably disappear again after a bit. No problem, lovers, we'll be here. Thank you for giving me your opinions. It's like this. I don't have I capital. I'll be here. Alrighty. Normal text, subtitle 2. This one. This one. Hmm. Hmm. There you go. Yippee, yippee, indeed. Not being employed, I hope. That's that. Y'all would just burn their house down in Minecraft. Yeah, please God, I need this job. That sounds about right, to be honest. And then, yep. Is this the yes? This is the fart buckle song. Cool. Do you think of Cody LeRae though? When oh my God, that's me. Yeah, I wonder if they knew. I wonder if they're like, oh my God, that's me. Without you, what have you done? These are your children. I am your son. Cody LeRae. Here. Yeah. Sure, it was that exact reenactment. The Pikachu shark face and all. Lane's brain is thinking. I have 2 more videos to do, then I'll be done. Hooray. He had a prey. He's finding out. Gives a fuck. Boop. Okie dokie. The next 2 will be snappy as fuck. Just check something. Hey! What's up, body? Ow, ow. God, you couldn't have said hi first. You couldn't have said hi first. Like, there are plenty of things you could have said, but you decided to say hi. You decided to bonk first, huh? Is that how it is? What's good? Just doing some work, organizing some stuff really quick. How was work? Did you have a good day at work? I was like, are you about to go to bed? But I realized that. Lane model ref. Swag. Gucci, gang. Blow kiss. Work was mad. Been making a few mistakes these last few days, so it's been ass. Just but I get over it with sleep. I thought you were gonna be like, I take hits. I take hits to get over it, but that's fair. Gucci, Louis. I want to listen to that now. Baby, no money. I think it's this song. I also want to listen to the new one that he came out with. I guess not super new. Nah, I just drink to get over it. Damn! Don't do that. It's bad for your liver. It's bad for your large activations out there. I never finished this. I need to finish our SCP fucking Excel sheet, but Elaine is lazy. My face tracking's lagging, so I'm just gonna cry. Get that man some car. No! Do not get that man car keys. Do not listen to him. Don't listen to him, chat. Nah, we alcoholics. No! You goobers. Boop. Boop. I gotta reorganize this. What's happening in the Discord? I hear the badoops. What is that? Yeetus is expensive. Would it yeet your full model? I don't know. I guess you're gonna have to find out, dog. That's what the gamble is about. If you read it, yeah, probably. You could find out. God damn it, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to tell. It's good to know. God damn it. Can't have shit in my own household. Can't have shit in my own household. No. It's okay. Oh my god. Okay, outfit, arm toggles, leg toggle. No.
Father help!
Ah! That scared the shit out of me. You fucking assholes. Insert 1 row above. I can't believe you've done this. That's it, I'm sold. Very nice, I guess. Oh, I already had arm toggles. So, wait a second. Lane fucked up. He don't need me. I just use him for his body. Yeah. Oh, he a gigolo. This is the wrong song, isn't it? What's the one? What's the one? What is the song I'm thinking of? What is the one with, Oh, it's right here. It says it. I think it's Bing Bong. It's Miku! Someone tuned Miku? I should gone. I'll save up. I believe in you. You just gotta lurk, man. That's all you gotta do. If I don't love me, you don't want me. Just use him for his body, yeah, yeah. He gigolo. I think this is animations. Sorry. I realized I got gifted somewhere else and it's giving me so many minutes I never knew I needed. Oh, look what? Show me. Infant no finances. Oh, my nose. BB Nos. Oh my god. Yeah. God bless. God bless, thank you. You're small, just handsome. Don't move things around. Use him for his body, yeah, yeah. He a gigolo. He a gigolo. Boop. Bing Bong says Gucci Gucci. Yeah, I added that one. Hold on, wait. Let me add that one after this one. Outfits. And then hair tones. See, this is the point in the stream where, like, if you're paying attention, everything that I have planned, you could know. But that's only if you're paying attention. Insert 3 above. Oh my god, someone yelled outside and it scared me. Oh, someone's yelling at their dog. Was this text for ants? Yeah, because I have to see what I'm doing. I'm gonna zoom in. All of these. Oh, those are the Henya ones from she's not in that group anymore. Never. Could be me. I'm looking at emo combinations. Fair. Oops. Do this. I already added that one. This one, this one, this one. I think this could be like other. Makes us feel like we can almost miss forever. There's potential in these. I like that gooey one. Oh, I'm afraid. Ah, yes, I can see everything. Ah, yes, happy. Ah, yes. As you could see, you could know a lot of that. Go by of independent. Oh, like because of the, the separation. Tongue tracking. More tongue blabby. Prada. Gucci. Louis. Fenty. Prada. Okay. Alright, and then... Did she say purple? Easy say purple. Purple. Told purple. We'll be doing. Okay, so the final vote is that we're gonna be doing this one. We're doing this one. I think those are the cue. I'm not sure. To the purple. Purple, yeah, purple. Okay. Only gun still got, and I still got. Think bow and crown. Is she? Happy, pick a name for this. Like, so my overall outfit's called Painted Farmer. The fancy dress is called Reality Weaver. Pick a name for this one. I like that one. Baby, no money, baby, no money. No money, baby, no money. No money. Shit, I believe in you. I think I was fart buckle. God damn it. God damn you. I don't know. Okay, I'll ask Kiwi. For like Dream Girl? Okay. Works for me. maincoow set. Oh, I would love to recolor it like that. Money, baby, no money, baby, no money. Money, baby, no money. I need to do one more thing. Do a flat tail art. Okay. Cha cha cha. I think this one. Okay. Hey, baby, no more. I actually really like this song. There was like a Brazilian, I think, like emo girl kind of like animation with this, and I really liked it. Dated this. The. Okay, and now Ozu. Request for. I was one last outfit being. Camila, I didn't have high expectations. On God, same. He's surprisingly, yeah, he's a surprisingly good guy. On God, yeah. I agree. I think I sent it to Mia. The on this, but easy finish. Okay. heck? Sorry. Sorry. Yes. Half. No. Red, orange, green. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Oh shit, I need one more. Paid, rig paid. I'm just gonna make these thinner. Man's enjoying making things and doing things. He's just a wholesome guy, and he just wants artists to be paid for what they're worth. Okay, yes. Yes, cross arm. Yes, yes. Big. Half, half. Um, half. What? Yeah, that's all good. Hello, E-Rock. Welcome on in. Sorry you can't see my screen right now. I'm doing something really quick that's behind the scenes. Sorry. Those ones. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Man, maincoow XP looks like a cool OS. Thank you. It's pretty good OS, I'd like to say. Mouth adjustment. Mouth. Actually, let me name that as mouth fix and tail fix. Rig whip. This is half. Okay. Okay. Close. Just made a feature. Just keep track of the model art. Oh. Okay. I bet it will never try to force AI into my options. No, it won't. No, it will not. Let's do that. I'm gonna listen to Baby No Money again. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now I go back to the final videos. Oh no, why am I there? Google Maps recently? Really? What has Google Maps been doing that enforces AI? I'm curious. Zoom position. Apply. Cool. We're gonna remove this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna create subtitles. We're gonna create subtitles. I went through Bojangles drive-thru and the whole order was taken by Siri. Really? Talk to a recording the whole. Interesting. What the fuck? Not what I would have expected, honestly. Okay, cool. As for a lunch menu option, which was when it was too early in the air, I said it'll be 5 minutes for the chicken. Damn. There's some things that humans just gotta do, even if it kind of sucks, I think. I'm going to Wendy's now. The AI assistant sucks. Yeesh. And a real person took over to tell me they don't serve the lunch options. Like, what's the point then? Bro, what is the point if a person's just gotta take it over anyway? Deeper. Okay. Ink clips. Alrighty. Not all of them. The one I work by does though. But ew. I'm sorry that happened though. Cause like, I don't know. It's like sometimes when I go out to eat, I don't want to have to deal with the hassle of cooking myself. So I want it to be something that's like hassle free. It's usually when I go out to eat, but then if it's already a hassle to just get the goddamn food, what's the point? I need I'm looking. I don't know if I like that. I was saying that me resisting AI is like when they came out with the answering machine and people said it was going to be terrible. I've been trying to explain why LLM, AI, and yeah, that is actually way different. Answering machines are so different. Okay. It's not really a good analogy. On God, it is very different. To change. Okay. Track maybe this part instead. And then do. And then this becomes smaller. I think the playback is fucked up. Oh shit. I see. Oh man, where is it? It's right there. Okay. Alright, let's see how this looks. No, I'm sorry. I'll look at chat in 1 second. Sorry. The editor roll is working. Okay, cool. I think we're good now. The audio for this one's a little loud, but I think it'll be okay. Alright, what's up? Lola, the answering machine answered the call, talked to you, and made plans to meet that person later. It makes sense. Yeah. It sucks because most of the advertising right does fight our trade our AI shit. Ew. It did suck so much. On God, I think instead of it being like, this is the new, like way to do it, if it instead was advertised more as a tool, like, and stuff, like, would you rather have horns or ears, IRL? I have ears. I have ears, so I guess horns. I think it was like if it was more of like a tool, like it's just like this is not meant to replace humans. This is a tool, like a screwdriver. Then I think yeah, but nah, we're just talking about how AI sucks. Someone published the code that makes up the basis for all AI models. Really? Oh yeah, cat ears. Would it replace my human ears? Or would I have 2 sets of ears? I'm like, do you have 4 ears? There's nothing. There's nothing. I am the advid. I am the advid of that. Here, hold on. This is wrong. This is not how it works. If you have this, you are an abomination. Correct? Wrong. Once again, wrong. That's fine. Abomination, abomination. Yep. Even with 4 ears, she wouldn't listen? Nope. That's why I have 2. I got nothing. I got nothing. See, watch. I know my ears don't stay, but that's not the point. The placement of your cat ears. How would you wear glasses? You know those, they got a clip on. I got a clip. I got a clip. I got a clip on my nose. Sports goggles. Would you actually want cat ears if it meant you had 4 ears? Now, no. No, I'd still go with the, I'd go with the, definitely would go with the horns in that case. I guess this works. Like Morpheus and the Maytwix. What? I said it funny because you wrote it funny. Sorry, hold on. I'm looking at which one I'd like more. Oh, horns would love terrorizing my local churches. Like, don't have really horns. Horns would probably be kind of inconvenient. Like, gotta be careful putting on shirts, but damn, it would look swag. You could smooth them. You could smooth them. Like, you have like little. I'd have like little nubby ones. Like, Elaine, my model was supposed to have like nubby horns. Like, technically, these horns are overgrown. I guess technically. Where's the? Yeah. Technically, I'm supposed to have nubby horns like this. Here, my horns are nubs. The little nubby horns. Grinds them down like shaving. Exactly, yeah. So when I file my nails, I just file my horns down a little bit every time. Be just like my nails. You know? Horns would be so cool. Would you rather have horns or fangy teeth? Ooh, fangy teeth. If I'm honest, if I blew up, on God, if I blew up, I would record me getting teeth fangs. Teeth fangs. I can't type. On God, I would unironically get these. Maybe not this big, a lot more subtle. Like, I would unironically get fangs. There's one girl that has like sets of 2. Like, there's the ones on her canines and then the ones on the ones next. I would unironically get those. Like enamel. Yes. On God, if I could be as big as like the big VTubers, that would be one of the first things I did with my money. That was stupid. Because like I you know, you have disposable income, you do silly stuff with it, right? But unironically, I would so do that. I would unironically, the first stupid thing I did with my money would be that. If I could heal instantly, would get a split tongue fang and fang enamel. Ooh, that would be cool. Neck. Lang teething in 2026. Wow, yeah. Yeah, exactly. There was a fad in Japan where they would rotate some of their teeth to make it look like... That sounds painful. I couldn't rotate my teeth because I got braces, so that feels like a disrespect. My parents that paid a lot of money, but I would definitely get fangs. Money is always up to something. Alright, one more video and then I can do other things for today. Oh, I need to change the name of this. Horror Pilot. Like, tongues are cool. I don't think I could have one, comma baby, but I think they're really cool. Left, right, go. Like when they build up on the teeth instead of shaving them. Yeah, because like when you shave them down, they look so puny. They don't look right. Look like your teeth didn't grow out all the way. But if you do it the way that it's like where it's like you're adding onto your teeth, I think it makes more sense. And I basically did all the work for this. The only thing I need to do is the subtitles. Subtitle track. Bands on bands. Only because there's no going back. That's fair. That is fair. Cool that I realized they just mirrored their face. Oh. And they tend to want a heal shot. That makes sense, because they're so close together. Right, left, right, go. Cause there are laser removals. I want a tattoo, but I'm a pussy about pain. I think, though, if I could have one modification to myself that, like, I couldn't change back, that is purely, what do you call it? What do you call it? Like, not vain, but, like, so I guess superficial, I guess? Cosmetic, thank you. Is I would unironically have my hair like my VTubers. I have been thinking about it constantly, that what I would like to do, and I don't know if I'll do it this year, but I would love to get my hair bleached like my VTubers, or do like the go away. White money pieces, man. I want them so bad. Why can't I accept that over here? Flashmake. I want it so bad. I want white money pieces so bad. A different icon with some kind of emerald green, that'd be fair. Damn, Kiwi! I said purely cosmetic! My guy. What the fuck? That's crazy. You took the car and you drove it off a cliff. It's emotionally, I don't think you doing that would be an emotional thing, man. I honestly think that you might do something physical with that kind of power, so I don't believe you. Wow. I'm just kidding. Kiwi just drove us off the cliff. I didn't even want to be in the car. Only towards my wife. See, that still means you would use it physically. I'm still correct in my statements. I'm not wrong. I have not yet to prove me wrong. I like where Kiwi's head's at. God damn it, guys. I didn't open the door for this. Hi, Star. Welcome on in. I'm going to have to stretch, so hopefully it'll be okay. Well, link clips, this one. Because I do. What am I supposed to do? Pose in the mirror all day? Well, listen, that doesn't even go with the qualifications, because I said something purely cosmetic, you fucking crazy motherfucker. I said purely cosmetic. I did not say something like I said. Cries. My mind is pure. It's like cosmetic, man. Cosmetic. I dare to dream big, you dare not to listen, bro. That wasn't the question. That wasn't the prompt. Goobers. Blasphemous. I gave you guys a prompt. A prompt. The land of your dreams becomes memes, but that's not even part of the assignment. I've been robbed. What do you mean you've been robbed? Wait, hold on. What happened? Are you okay? Actually? Are you okay? They didn't give me fries? Call them. Tell them. Call them. Tell them. Tell them you deserve your fries. I'm sorry you didn't get your fries. Oh. And put fries in the bag. I cried. No, I'm so sorry. No, Star. Poor baby. No. I'm sorry that this happened to you. Actually. Workspace. Subscriptions. My Pondit replay. Oh, it doesn't work like that. Fuck. I think it might just be easier to reload phases. Okay, that's probably better. Apparently, they pay a bunch of roads, including on the and there's a lot of time really not worth. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you want me to burn their house down in Minecraft? I can. Talking about that earlier. Whenever someone uses the abbreviated TY, I always think first it's Tyler, including when I use it. Really? Good night, bonk. Okay. Good night. Sleep well. Give me the bonk. I'm ready. Thank you for the bonk. Good night, Shabby. Sleep well. Have a good sleep. Say something really bad and then say in Minecraft reminds you of Key and Peele skit. The demon one that we were watching. Are you talking about the demon one we watched that one time? In my prayers. In my prayers. In my prayers. I fuck Satan in the ass. Is the airplane jacker skit prob? I don't think I've seen that one. I'm not completely sure though. In my prayers. In my prayers. Alright, Elaine wants to do a little artsy fartsy. But Elaine also wants to do game time. That was a really good one. I got copyright stricken for watching that on stream. It was really funny though. Alright. What? Ooh. Look at that, Star. Good job. Good job, Star. Wait, you did? Yeah, I think I did. I don't really care though. It was I caught a copyright thing on YouTube. YouTube was like you can't do that, and I was like, okay, whatever. Because YouTube can suck it. I mean, I have all my VODs up there, but some of them are like, you can't have that because you watch that. And I'm like, okay. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Elaine draws everyone's phylacteries. Elaine draws people as fetuses. I don't know if I want to play a game or not. I kind of want to draw. Let's see. I'll go to the other computer, and then if we want to play a game, I'll play later. Or play tomorrow. Was transported commentary YouTube, huh? He draws a 6'5" kiwi. I would just make the canvas bigger. I would just make the thing bigger. That's all. I'm lazy. I would just zoom. I would just zoom in. Whoops. Where's my? Just log into Steam. Oh shit. It didn't work. I didn't click the thing. With 3 legs, Kiwi already has 3 legs. I request to look like redheaded Bowsette or Zentra. You brother, you gonna have to pay me for that one. Brother, I'm gonna be honest, you're gonna have to pay me for that one. Thank you for the wellness check. Gifted subs for that one. My face tracking is lagging again. Okay, I think we're good now. I'm gonna street ban inventory. I pay big money if you make sure to give me cake. I mean, yeah. Main, do you do commissions? I do. I have a VGen. It is open. So. I'll sketch it. I'll sketch it for free. This is such a big meme. Where's my... Oh, there it is. Do you have a command for your commissions? No, because I'm lazy. VTubers, though, right now. For anybody. As long as you have references. Are you like... Do you mean like... I don't know, like a sketch commission for anyone, anything? I need to open the thing. It'd be funny if we had an expensive redeem and you can make a lane sketch anything as long as it's TOS. I think that'd be kind of fun. I think Choco has that. Hey, no sweat. Okay. Alright. Sukoff sketch redeem? Yeah. Yeah, on God. You guys want that? I could do that right now. And I will do it one right now for free. I might have to restart vitamins if it keeps acting up. I'm gonna put this right here. This one here. And then nothing there for now. I ain't making expensive purchase until my mom can finally pay me back. No, that's fair. The scope sketch would be channel point redemption. If that makes you feel any better. Which I hope it does. So. Okay. Alright. Drawing. I don't know how well this is gonna look, but it does. Cool. Kiwi, this is gonna be super scuffed. I'd have to draw, like... I'd have to do, like, me as a goober, though. Alright, hold on. I'll do it, and then I'll make it... Hold on, let me make a redeem. It'll be the alternative to gib item. Settings. I always click the wrong ones. Alright, how much is gib item? 100,000? Alright, we'll do we'll do 10,000. 10,000. Scuff. Scuff. Oh my god, I can't type. Elaine drop. Whatever. Has to be TOS friendly. Cooldown limit. 1 per person. Yeah, there you go. Alright. I have too many things open. Alright, there you go. Okay. This will be good practice for chibis as well. So I'll make a giant chibi kiwi. Okay, wait. Am I drawing you tall with big ass, right? That's the request. Cause I can't draw a penis, man. I can't. I could do an implied peepee if that would make you feel better. Wait. Fucking forgot. Okay, you wanted... Are we doing the 6 Bimify Me boss? Okay. Alright. How do I draw lips? Just like... If I put too much effort into this, though, you guys have to tell me, okay? BRB, no problem. Huh, Mew the Mew. My wife! That's my wife! That's my wife! Mew the mermaid is my wife! Okay, and then... I think I know how I kind of want to do this. Hold on. God damn you, Kiwi, and having me draw things. It's not bad. I think we're already off to a great start. Alright, and then... Hold on, I want you winking. Gotta have you winking. You find me hilarious. So, maybe. I know, so I'm wondering if you heard. Oh, unrelated, did you hear what Mew actually did with her 4th redeem? Oh, yeah, yeah, she had... Oh,
our POV, I'm at your door. Oh,
welcome in. Sorry, my face tracking's being a little oopy, but welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful stream. Or had a wonderful stream. I gotta reopen vitamins really quick. That's not what I wanted to open. Welcome on in. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us as I draw chat silly things. We're celebrating a new chat redeem, which is if you have enough points, I will draw anything for you as long as it's TOS. And it's a sketch. How's it going? I like to see what you want to do. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us as we draw. As we draw and sketch silly, silly things. And my face tracking still doesn't cooperate with me, and I cry. Okay, I think it's happier now. Okay. I say as I look over and it's not happy with me. Yes, the Mew accidentally said it so like you can redeem it multiple times, the 4th one. I was celebrating my name change, but I need a rest feeling like no problem. I love the name, very cute. I hope you have a good time resting. We will be here. We will be here as I draw cursed things because chat says so. Okay, so now we have We have like this. I need to make a circle. No, it's not circle-like enough, so I'm mad at me. Thank you for the lurk. If you don't know me, hi, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I am currently drawing chat things, because why the fuck not, I guess. Also, because I guess even though it's cursed, it's kind of like the furry thing, right? It's like, even though it's cursed, at least, like, it's having you practice art, better art, I guess. There we go. And instead of once per stream, she made it one per person. I've been fourth every stream. Fuck yeah. Thanks for the, you know, keeping my wife on her toes. I think this has to be mirrored. I think this is front facing. It's not. Here you go. I gotta look at a picture of Kiwi now. I'm gonna grab one from our DMs because I have it in our DMs. We need to play the second bite night. I might do that tonight, maybe. It'd be kind of funny. Where is it? There it is. Copy image. Okay. Okay, I have to make this little baby into a bimbo. I redeemed it and she was like, wait, and kept it because it's funny, which is based. It is pretty funny. I might give Kiwi baby bangs. Okay, and then oh, I think I need to wipe my screen really quick. Okay, I need to get a screen protector at some point because I don't have one currently. Oh, I did this wrong. Why did you do this? Oh, go top right. There you go. Yeah, turn me into Goblin Brat doll. Essentially, that's what I'm doing. I might change your hair up a little bit just because I want to. Alright, how does the chibi proportions work? You got no neck. It kind of goes like this. So then you get like, do you want big boobies or no? Do you want big boobies or do you want little boobies? Also, I have to sketch this now. Good night, moon. Mwah, mwah. Tuck tuck. I hope you sleep well. Tuck tuck. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for hanging out with us today. I hope you feel better tomorrow, and we will chat with you tomorrow. As long as they aren't bigger than my head. Okay. I was thinking of like this big. Hold on. I need like a symmetry tool really quick. Canvas, drawing guide, edit drawing guide, symmetry. Like there. And then I have to rotate you. And then statistical. Oh god, is this non-symmetrical? Oh my god. Don't kiss me, you'll get sick. It's okay. I'm more than happy to get sick for you. Okay, hold on. I gotta redo this real quick. I should have just done this straight in the first place, but I was silly. Excuse me? Excuse me, drawing assist, please. Okay, Elaine has seriously confused herself. Hold on, can I reset this? Okay, there we go. And then we're gonna scoot this here. And then we're gonna delete this layer. Okay, unlock. Okay. Now I go, that sketch is reminding me of Explosion Entertainment stick figures. Fuck yeah. Have a good sleep. Thank you for coming in. Okay, there. Now I can sketch properly. Okay. Actually, hold on, wait, let me look at something. If it's more like, okay, maybe I won't do it so straightforward. Okay, hold on. If that's the case, oh, Elaine's going a little bit nuts. So I'm not only trying to make this meme, but I'm also trying to draw better. So it's like a 2 for 1. Kiwi's getting a 2 for 1. Kiwi's so popular today. Yeah. Too bad it's not Lucky Lad. I want to do like a jump or like a cheer kind of pose. I wish I had a bit more strong opinions, but do you have any strong ones? Umbra, Prowler, Fader, Umbra, Intruder, It's cool, but too on the nose. I like the extra H. Stinger doesn't super. That's what I got off the dome. Okay. No, it's mine. It's okay. You'll get plenty of dupes. Like this, and then like this. So that way we can show the butt, and then... Oh, shit! Oh my god, you just got a rare one! I don't know if anybody else has gotten a rare one yet, actually. Well, maybe. I haven't seen it as much. I haven't been looking at the screen as often. Fuck yeah, nice. Kiwi, do you want really big cake? Do you want like super big cake? Like Kim K cake, or? I'm gonna simplify the feet because I like doing nubby feet. My boy, my brand. Make Kim K jealous. Oh god, okay. I gotta go bigger. Gotta go bigger with this bubble butt. You look kind of bug-like, I'm gonna be honest. I think I have to rotate your body a little bit. Yeah, like that, I think. Part of me wants to do like a face like that. Actually, I gotta bring this down. Can I do the lip and that face? Oh, this is kind of cute. That's kind of cute. This is so silly. Okay, and then how am I gonna do your arms though? I wanna do like a... This is so silly looking. Okay, I fixed the part that was a problem. It's this. Okay, and then hand here. Maybe like a hand here then. Like that. Hand behind the ear and the other on the hip. Okay. Hold on. I gotta go back then. I'm giving you a little bit tummy though. Is that okay? I'm making you a making you a thick girl. Okay. And then we want the hand, one on the hip, and then one behind. You have to understand that all hands will be 3-pointed little nubbies. Where to love you be. Okay, and now I gotta do your big ass forehead. I'm gonna do this on a different layer. Different color. This is not a different color. Okay, there we go. And then... Rude? What? What? What rude what? What's rude? Oops. Okay, I'm gonna make you have like big bushy hair, because I can. Okay, big ass forehead. All chibis have big ass foreheads. You won't have a big ass forehead when I draw the hair. I give so much room for the bangs, so it's kind of crazy. And now I'm gonna give you sunglasses. Alright. I'm gonna clean up the sketch. I think. I hope. I don't know. Do you want to be in a bikini? I might put you in a bikini just because I can. Oh, I forgot to draw the bottom of the face. Oops. The fuck? Alright, there you go. Alright. I don't know if I like this pencil. Let me just stick with the pencil. I don't know if this is the same in women's restroom or not, but why the fuck are guys grunting and moaning so much in the men's? I swear to God. It's pretty quiet in the women's. I don't know. I think it's when guys poop. I think guys grunt a lot when they poop. that. Never eaten fire before, and they're fighting for their life. On God! 1, 2, 3, error. 2, 5. We'll go 1 in. How do you do an error? I might change what brush I'm using. Don't like that one. I think this one's fine. Oh my God, Kiwi's so slay. On God. And now get the hair to flick out this way. I do like a little like pin or something in the hair over there. Okay. And then the guys who grunt sit too long, so they got hemorrhoids. On God, yeah, maybe. I don't know if I like those lips, if I'm honest. It's the same layer. It is. To be honest, I don't know if I like this, but we're gonna keep going. Like this. You can tell how shaky my hands are. Like a pee, yeah, the mommy. My brain is going crazy. Hold on. Elaine doesn't like the way that this looks. Okay, there we go. Yeah, like making it smaller. Smooth stabilization, less. Past the 100, there we go. First, but wasn't particularly hooked. That's fair. Edamame. Yeah, edamame was really good in my opinion. What is our day list looking like right now? Sure, I don't mind. Seems good. Okay. I put my stand up too high, and now it's uncomfy, so I'm just gonna draw on my hand. I guess I'm drawing too big. Thank you for the wellness check, Rainer. Hope you're having a great day. I think they think I'm crazy. You're just pulling your weight, you know? You're proving the respect that you deserve. Oh, my hand's so shaky today. It's pushing me off. They only actually give me them half the time, though. What? What do you mean half the time? You're not paying you for the full time that you're doing it? Hard jobs half the time they pick other people. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. My mind. Okay, I need my stand again. It's fine, but at least I know I'm always up for it. That's fair. That's fair. They know you're the reliable one. They just want to give other people a chance to make a little time to get a little money on the side. If you get paid for it, I guess. What is this? There you go. I don't like the other side of this hair, but it's fine. Let's draw your ear. I feel silly. I'm getting paid so much to sit and watch a lane stream. Teehee. Well, you're doing a job that not many people would want to do, so I think having the perk of being able to watch me while I stream, I think is a pretty damn good deal, you know? Cold as ice. So I watch a lane stream. They work at a nuclear power plant. I don't know if I like this brush. I'm wigging out, chat. I'm wigging out. I'm wigging out a little bit. Can you tell I'm wigging out a little bit? I kind of like this one. Spam chat, yep. Everything you can. Themselves. That's how you know it's good practice, because I'm wigging out. That's fair. I just wanted a brush that had texture, but didn't make me feel like I was going crazy. Hi, Norman. Thank you for the wellness check. Morning. How you doing? How you doing today? Thank you for the lurk. Yourself. I need to make deliberate lines, but I don't want to be slow at making lines. I don't know. Maybe slow. Maybe slow is the way to go with this. You know. Also, I'm gonna give Kiwi pigtails because I can. And then, oh right, we were gonna make the eyes bigger though. I might have to move the bangs up. Is that like about big enough? It's like if I had to measure it, it's like a fourth of the head. If I split it in fours. So it's like the back hair is a little too high. So there. Add some 8-inch pleaser blind shoes. Okay. I don't know what clothes to put on here though. Wait, how do those work? Fun fact, children pop rock band, the Imagination Movers will play this live. If you play Crazy Taxi, you heard this song. Oh, that's fair. 8-inch heels. Got it. Okay, I got it. All right. I'm cooking. Okay, so like go down. You guys can't see what I'm doing. How do I do this in baby feet? I think it's like this, right? And then I go. Does that look? I'm a huge Sega nerd. Hey, fuck yeah. I don't think I know a lot about Sega, so if you want to tell me about it, feel free. Oh no. I didn't make them long enough. My teacher be like, I need you to have 3 character refs done a turnaround. And what the fuck? That's actually crazy. What the fuck? Do they have references for the characters at all? Or is it just like, nah, you just gotta do it? There we go. Oh my god. Now it's all open, whatever we want to do. Well, then I hope you have fun with whatever it is. How do I exemplify that these are super tall? There we go. I'm going to be lazy and I'm duplicating this one. If you go to an offstream project, if you see the person wearing a crazy texture, it's probably got into the offstream with crazy taxi. That's fair. Just a time crunch. I'll have fun. I got tons of characters issues. I gotta sit down and draw them, but I got other stuff I gotta do. Can you do like simpler characters, like mascot kind of things? Can you merge down, please? Thank you. Talking in the intro is the basis, and the Weezer's historian, and a website man. Interesting. I did not know these things. I think I want to give Kiwi like one of those super short like club dresses. Like the ones that like follow the body a good bit and then like they scrunch. I can't believe I'm doing this right now. I have to do it like this because you're batukus. And I also have to do this because it's so tight. Since I'm taking 2 classes with this teacher and the other class also needs a character model of our choice, he wants mine to be complex. Why? For what reason? Is your teacher okay? Do they need a call? Do we need to call somebody for them? I'm not gonna color it, but I don't know if this dress will come off the way I want it to. If I don't, but we'll see. I feel like this entire time Kiwi's just cackling to himself. You know, I could be working on many a things. I could be working on many a things. Whoop. Which one, like the implication? Okay, no, that's not gonna pass. It's cause technically I should be getting more time to work on it, but I don't mind, but asking for 3 contact character refs with turnarounds in 1.5 days that actually is crazy. If you had if that was okay, if that was your job, like an 8-hour day, then yeah. When do you install camera? I just felt it. I felt it in my soul that you were fucking cackling your fucking evil ass as I draw this monstrosity that you forced my hand. I don't know how arms work. Like, it feels so wrong to make a bimbo character and then make their hands just little Pete's. But I was gonna say, sorry, yeah, if it was your day job, or your job, not just a day job, if it was your job to do that, then that's fine. But you're a student. I think you mispronounced bad bitch. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I didn't realize these classes in particular were going to be so demanding. I barely have time to do other work from other classes. I'm sorry. It's okay. Spring break will be here soon, and then you can take a little bit of a break, you know? They're equal. Hold on, I gotta turn this dress down so I can see what I'm drawing with this hand. Oh no, Meg. Can you save me? I'll be trying to get ahead during spring break. That's a smart idea, but also give yourself time to breathe. And that's what a lot of kids did at my school, was instead of doing really spring break, they just work on stuff. So Does that make sense? I feel like I made it too stiff. I think it should be you know. May I have to ask for extension on my V-Day Secret Santa gift? Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm sure they'll be lenient though. The style's giving me Sanrio super cute. You think so? I don't know what it's giving me, other than the fact that I have to think of anatomy every now and again. Cause I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this chibi was ever made to have anatomy more than circles. If I'm completely honest with you. But you know, I decided to do this. This is my sin to bear. Can you say I could have been working on emotes. It's giving you carpal tunnel. Nah. Luckily, I actually have a pen tablet that I'm working off of. Oh, I kind of see what you mean. I kind of see what you mean because of how low, the face is. Hello, Noxia. Enjoy your beans. Okay, now I gotta draw, like, the rest of it. So, like, this goes here. This goes here. Oh my god. It pisses me off when my hands are shaking. Like, I know I could do higher stabilization, but then it also doesn't feel right. A whole ass thing. Wait, I want them more downturned. I'm Papa Dog them a little more. Again in Mexico. Then I think this can go in front. I'm wigging out. I'm wigging out. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm wigging out a little bit. I'm wigging out. I'm wigging out because I don't know how I feel about this. Just keep it loose. Keep it loose, Elaine. I want to go back to school. I want to go back to school to learn how to draw again. But the professor I had fucking sucked. If that happened again, I go to school for nothing. I like the other ponytail more. I wish I just copied it, but it's okay. And now we gotta give you like I have to give you like a hairpin or something like here. And then little nose. And then alright, I gotta do like the mouth. I feel like you need the big lips. Hi. No. Always. I'm drawing Kiwi as a bimbo.
Okay.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too.
I'm depressed.
Oh, no, why? Because you're drawing Kiwi as a bimbo.
No. What's up? I don't care. Kiwi has cute hair. I know. I give him pigtails. That'd be cute. I don't know, man. I don't know nothing. I should have played Aquatic Simulator. But now I'm here. I see the problem. Okie dokie. There you go. There you go, Kiwi. You're a bimbo now. I think I'd like to practice my art style before doing this ever again. It's okay. The redeem is expensive, Elaine. The redeem is expensive. There you go. fuck. Hold on. Let me add the size, please. And then what is today's date? Oh no. There. There you go. The first sketch. The first sketch. What a uniform. Yo, give. Can I add like a text? I don't think I can. Oops. Nope. Mm. Boop, boop. Club. Oh. Okay, the iPad told me that it doesn't like this brush. Okay. Let's try this one. Let me make it bigger. No, please. Okay. Hold on. I'm wigging out again. Elaine is wigging out again. Bro. I'm wigging out. I'm wigging out. I'm wigging out. This is it for me. I'm wigging out. No more Elaine. Only wig. Yeah. Okay, this one's fine. Not really. I'm wigging out. I'm wigging out. I'm wigging out. I'm wigging out. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Everything is daijobu, chat. Everything is daijoke. You know? I am daijoke. Nothing can possibly be wrong. Everything is daijoke. Everything is daijoke. Oops, nope. Don't mind me just wigging out a little bit. Okie dokie. I'm gonna play with brushes. I don't know what brush I want. This one's kind of fun. Doesn't do good on the big though. Okay. That's digital. Hmm. It's pretty watercolory. Let me look at my favorite brushes. I kind of want one that is consistent, I think. I think that's my thing. I would like... Yeah, this guy. Opacity, flow, opacity. Bleed none. Say now, virtual insanity. it kind of like that. Make this bigger. Because I'm a square, I like it to be like this. And now we'll lock it, and now we'll do the line art. I'm gonna turn that little pepe off so I don't get distracted. Whoa. Okay, that layer. Not that size. I like that size. Hey, look at this. Copy mass. Merge down. Bruh. Please. Bruh. Why is this happening? Okay, let me give it a little more stabilization then. Get me back. It's trying to steal my lines. Slurp, yes. Why? Please, I don't have to embrace that I have fucking wavy lines. Is there like a quick thing, hotkey to flip the canvas? Horizontal. Is there? I'm just a girl. Oh, you know what? Okay, that's fair. And then flip horizontally. Yeah. Oops. Okie dokie. This one. Eh. Oop. Elaine cannot draw. Elaine's wigging out. It's not even how my bangs work. In honesty, that's all you had to say. Oh, to let you down. I'm wigging out. I'm wigging out.
Wiggin'.
I'm wigging. I don't know how to draw. Mac and cheese says I should go, babe.
Hmm?
Well, mac and cheese is telling me to go sleep. Okay. I saw something today. What'd you see? I think I had the wrong setting on. I did. A scream. You know, apply garlic to a freshly cut or burn to immediately intense the pain. Yeah, I believe that. I like with lemon juice. I want hot sauce. Actually, I got this. We ordered food on Saturday, and I got like this Mediterranean like garlic dip. So I'll just dip myself in that. Ooh. 5 out of 8. Um. Um. You know, Happy, I realized you said you saw something today, but did you do that to yourself by accident? Are you saying you saw something today to max the fact that you did this to yourself? I'm just gonna vibe and eat. I think that's what I'm gonna do for a second. That's fair. It's a good garlic secret. It'd be a good did you know. Be like, did you know that putting garlic on a fresh wound will intensify the pain that you feel from the cut? Ooh. I feel many things as I eat this mac and cheese. One of them being, I think, brain death. Horses. Oh. I wonder if I got an email back from any of the things. Nope. Okay. That's what it gonna. I wish I had more of this garlic sauce. Tastes really good. I'm so sad I don't have more of this Mediterranean sauce. It's so good. I'm gonna look it up really quick. Like, it's red though. I don't know what it's like, a chili sauce. It's not that red. And I don't think it's tahini. Yo, what's up? I got the fish. Yippee! Did he come in one piece? Fish. In first seconds, I thought you were saying it was Steven United starring you. No. What fish? This fish. For Christmas, I made people who gifted 5 stubs fish. I crocheted them. Sounds good. Sounds good, Cap. But yeah, I made these fish for Christmas. And then I shipped them out to people's houses. Shipping was very scary to figure out, but we got there. I might do it again this year for Christmas. Because it was fun. Fucking jalapeno sauce. Love the button eyes. Yes, they are from my button collection. Bro, what sauce was it? I have to know what sauce this is. Dox myself entirely. Huh? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Talking about goober? I should know what sauce this is. It's so good. I want more. Boop, 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 boop. The order. Spicy. Yeah, it's spicy garlic sauce. You had to change the name on the delivery address from. Oh, do you mean your the thing? Are you playing Food Guesser? No, I'm trying to look up the sauce, but I will. Spicy garlic sauce. I want to know the recipe for this. Creamy? Yes! 3-minute garlic aioli. I need this. Sorry, I just need this. First for the fish. I'm glad that you liked it. I'm sorry that I doxed you, but know that I love you and you're great. I need a half a cup of mayonnaise, 1 clove of garlic, 1 teaspoon of cayenne pepper, 1 teaspoon of Dijon mustard, and 2 teaspoons of lemon juice. I could make this like right now. I don't know if we have Dijon mustard though. Use a microplane to grate the garlic clove. Alternately, finely mince your garlic so the flavors will blend together. Mix all the ingredients except lemon juice together in a small bowl. How long does it keep though? How long does it keep? How long does it keep? Storage and meal prep. Keeping it airtight for up to a week, depending on the freshness of your for meal inspirations. Not recommended as mayonnaise is not for use well. Okay. For a week. Yeah, mustard on the beat. Okay. We will play Food Guesser now. Well, my brain wigs out. Refrigerated probably pretty well. Yeah, it says it can refrigerate for up to a week, so. Eggs, onion. This looks like fried rice. Turmeric powder, chili. But it's got... No, this is eggs. This is eggs and meat. But it's got masala, which makes me think India. I was right. Looks like stuffing. It kind of does, doesn't it? Oh no! Why does it look like this? Why does it look like that? Why? Oh no! What is this? Seafood, lobster, fish, shrimp, mussels, octopus, vegetable, carrots. Why is it like this? Is this the UK? This feels like a UK. This feels like a United Kingdom thing. Why is it like this? Warm. It's south of the United Kingdom. I don't know what that is. Cursed food party. Looks like an old old Great Depression America thing. As shrimple as that. Oh god. No. What is this? Warm? Fucking South Africa? Ew, bro. I feel so bad for the shrimp. The pickles, man. I feel like South Africa doesn't make sense. Ice cold, it's north. Telling me it's like Spain or something? That's shrimp from the shark. No! My princess Diana, baby! Warm. It's southeast, but east. So it's southeast. No! Is it fucking like Greece or something? Eggs and shrimp. Okay, Mr. Fart. Okay, hot. It's west of Greece. What is this? What is this? Is that part of Italy? Is this Italy? Is it Italy? Please don't tell me this is Italy. No! How could such a beautiful place make such an abomination? No! Ooh. What is this? Apple, sugar, egg whites, optional honey and berries. So I have fruitcake. Look at fruitcake. Where are fruitcakes from? United Kingdom, maybe? My head hurts. It's northeast of the United Kingdom. Well, the only things northeast are Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. So I'm gonna go Russia. Russia's like furthest away, so... Oh, fuck. Russia. It was Russia. It's pastilla. Pastilla is a traditional confectionery that dates before the is made from fruit, traditionally apple, combined with honey, sugar, and egg whites. The mixture is whipped into incorporate air to spread to thin layers and dried at low temperature. Oh, look at this. This looks really good, actually. I'd love to try this. This looks really nice. It looks like a biscuit. It looked like a biscuit. Round by round recap? What the fuck? Pass. Yum. Oh, I was only 500 below vexed. Damn. Chili crab or butter mochi sounds delicious. Motal? Ew, I don't like how that cheese is coming out of that. It looks like a worm. Looks like a worm. Oh. I think this one is pastrami. It's got pastrami in it. Githeri? Oh my god, I don't know what this is, but I want it. I want whatever that is. Banana roll? What's a banana roll? This dish features ripe bananas enveloped in a delicate pastry of rice flour. Or rice flour wrapper, then deep fried to achieve a golden crispy texture. The sweetness of the banana contrasts with the savory notes of the wrapper. Often served as dim sum or dessert, it is something... Oh, I want that! That sounds delicious. Cheesy might scroll or a fat king. I'm sorry, king. I got... Oh, no! Okay, I lost my crown. I am Boo Boo Rujak or Ola Brud. I'm gonna go with this one. Kanaki or sek kebab. Kebab, bro. Kebab look good. Booyah? What the fuck? I'm gonna go with this one. This one. I did really well today. 8 out of 9. I did it. Or 9 out of 10. My bad. I can't count. 9 out of 10. That's, I think, the highest I've ever scored. My brain is dying. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. My brain. I'm experiencing ego death. I think, you know what I need? You know what I need right now? This playlist. Yep, my brain's already healing. Alrighty. Oh. There you go. Yeah, there you go. I don't like this side. This one's too tall. Just gave me flashbacks. Holy cow, you're welcome. When Elaine starts crashing out, this is what Elaine listens to because I think I call it my like crash out music. So like if I'm mentally like my brain feels like it's like on ego death, this was what I listen to make myself feel better. I don't really know what that says about me, but like, you know, when my brain is dying, like how bad can life be if, you know, this is what I'm listening to, you know? You know, I think that's where my brain is at the end of the day when I listen to this music, you know? I think I gotta go back to the old pencil. I pick some wild shit when I'm going through it, so no judgment. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I literally know no one else who honestly. I have to play a song from this playlist. I don't know if it's in this playlist or not. It's kind of how I feel though, but you know. And yes, I'm okay. I'm so mad that I'm just a memer, meme till you're dead, and everybody's circulation is fucking not on here anymore. I can only count to 4. Isn't on here either? Oh my god. Oh my god. So many songs in here make me sad that they're not in here no more. Where's my song? There you go. Where is it? Oh, this from my playlist because that one's a really loud one. I don't like that one. I said don't want this one. What this fucking song is it? Northern Boys feel like it belongs in the playlist. I don't know who that is. Uh. Oh. I hear Russian Hardware. I used to put this on, lock the fucking working on cars. On God. Anything with hard bass will help me lock the fuck in, and I don't know what it is about, like, hard bass music. I'd love to know, like, the psychology around, so maybe I'll ask my therapist, but, like, hard bass music just makes my brain calm down. Like, I feel so much better now that I put this on. I like the fast-paced driving beat, yeah. Energetic sauce isn't. I need motivation where I can get it, which is energetic sauce and caffeine. That is fair. I could be having a little bit of a caffeine crash. Maybe that's what I'm looking at. That's entirely plausible, to be honest. Oh, duplicate. Need this to be bigger. Bigger. There you go. Yeah, some would say I have ADHD. There's a thing for BPM helping ADHD. Really? Makes sense to my brain. I remember there was this one time in college where all I would listen to was essentially breakcore. And it helped my brain. It was very good. It made my brain very happy. Drink some bleach. I don't know if I like the top half of this. No, redo. Break beats, yeah. Yeah, just super loud music. For my keys, I just drank some bleach. Something on a sippy cup. Don't talk to me. It's like simulation for my brain. Predictable enough to groove, but not enough for me. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Can I fix it? Oops. Just drank some bleach. Just my sippy cup. Don't talk to me. Clear. Sippy cup, don't talk to me. Oh, it's time to leave. A long time, not a good time. Oops. I love this song. Oh my god, guys, you should all sing that song. It's such a good song. It's I hear Wiley and Zayn remixes recently, but it's not on Spotify. It's harsh, but such a vibe. I forgot what it's called. Interesting. Complicated. We're not complicated. We're playing it pretty easily. Ever been to a birthday party for children? Children won't stop screaming because he's such a little attention attractor. When he grows up to be a comic or actor, He'll be rewarded for never maturing, for never understanding or learning. Every day can't be about him. Oh, you selfish asshole. Must be psychotic. Must be demented. That I'm worthy of all this attention. You use money you worked really hard for. Was I late while I lurked at the drugstore? I took attention. I am an addict, but I get paid to indulge in my habits. All an illusion. I'm wearing makeup. I'm wearing makeup, 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 makeup. Heart is dead. Money. How do you get those people's money? Art is dead. Laying grow well, garland rolls in his grave, his grave, his grave. Show he's got a budget. Show he's got a budget. The people wave over me on the money won't budget. Human lights. I could have family of four for 40 fucking fortnights. 40 fucking fortnights. I am an artist. Please God forgive me. I am an artist. Please forgive me. I am an artist. Please don't respect me. I am an artist. Can I record on Spotify? Yeah, yeah. Yes. Just put it in here and I'll listen to it. Just a kid. Maybe I'll grow out of it. Art is dead. Art is dead. Last night was great. Our very first date. Had more fun. Gonna be a dick pic. No. Baby, don't work for me. I'm sending mixed messages. And then I don't reply for 7 fucking days. Yeah. Mixed messages. Mixed messages. Alright, reply now. Full stop. Smiley face. Hey, what? Okay. Thank you for the link. I will play that in 1 second. Messages. Mixed messages. I'll kick your dog out. Mixed messages. Mixed messages. Everyone's only really gotta listen to the first half. Okay. Where are you? Just make sure the browser is not in the VOD. So I don't get in trouble. I like the art cover. I like the whole aesthetic, actually. This is cool. Keyboard? Yo, this kind of slap. Yeah, I don't know what this is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I could describe this genre if I could. But it fucking bangs, is all I can say. Electric Screamo? Kinda, yeah. Just makes me really want to listen to Cask, Papa Meat's band. It doesn't have the electric, but it has like the heavy metal in it, and I really like it. Another different beat Speed House and UK Garage, to be honest, but damn. I wonder what it says. It's called D&B. They're calling it D&B. I don't know what that means. Oh, my jacket's too warm. Drum and bass. Yeah. Because it's saying drum and bass, homemade heat, and liquid D&B. So it's very interesting. I like it though. Wait, I think it is on Spotify. Hold on. I think that one was on Spotify. Let's take it off. Is the Twin Tails the last one? Is Twin Tails the last one? Star? Usually is based on the aim, break, and drum pattern though. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I like that one. I would also lean towards that one. I'm gonna listen to Cask now. It is so warm in my office. I'm dying. I think it's because my other computer's still on. Hold on. Turn it off. Thank you. Yeah, it's really cute. I like it. Let me turn off my Tyler. Yeah, I should quote that tomorrow. Instead of saying thank you, say Tyler, and we'll see if I remember. I probably won't, but. Oh, wait, hold on. This is not how I. Just go through it. Let's get it. Yeah, there we go. It's getting hot in here.
WAH.
Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 4 months, Flame. Holy shit, I've known you for 4 months. Low-key feels like longer. But I appreciate it. So debating if I want to make the cape 2 parts or just 1. Kindly do 2. Yeah, I think it being 1 would be better because the hair is in 2 parts. Yeah. Thank you, Flame, for supporting us and believing in me. Has it already been 4 months? But it's also... Has it really been 4 months? But also... Yeah, on God, right? Right? I could have sworn we were higher on that number. But, you know, maybe I'm just a goober. I think I know my problem here. Would you believe me if I told you that this was Meat Canyon? Honestly, that's how I feel with any of you that are here for longer than a day. I'm like, oh my god, you're here for XYZ. Oh my god. You're on S Games mode. I feel like that's too much. If it is 1, it would also be in the shape of a star. Ooh, yes. Okay, I see how I did it. Okay. Oh, okay. Don't mind that drawing. Don't mind that one. Elena's wigging out a little bit. Let me turn it to a seal. I want to be a seal. There you go. Now it doesn't matter if I'm looking down because I'll be just a little squishy baby. Lane's wigging out. I'm wigging out. Oh, Lane has an idea. Fuck. That's okay. That's what the second pass is for. I say as I look at this and see that I've already messed it up a little bit. Oh, I was looking up like I could look at myself, bruh. Get my face in here. You know the cask of... No, I do not. What is... Oh, is that the... I think I do, actually. But tell it to me anyway. Because... I'm not great at remembering stuff. We all know that. We all know that Elaine is not good at remembering things. I feel like I heard of it in like... What would someone say was down in their basement, you risk getting... What the fuck? What the fuck? What? I was gonna say, I was like, hold on a second. Hold on a second there, Happy. Like what crime? That's a good question. What would me, Elaine? I don't think there's a lot. Maybe like someone else, like Pixels' life. Like if it was like me or Pixels, I would sacrifice my life for him. But like, cause being entombed, kind of like sucks balls. And by kind of, I mean really sucks balls. So the story goes that the guys pissed him off or something. Oh, my brain is understanding. I just never knew that's how that was spelled. Honestly. That's how that's spelled. Who's getting bricked up for Elaine? No one's getting bricked up. I'm getting bricked up for you, if anything. So he invites his enemy to get to the tasty bottle of wine. Yeah. I don't know how to say amontillado. But yeah, Pixels has referenced that a few times. I just don't know how to say it. I'm bricked up. I'm a brick house. And then we can't see. He's like, no, it's not back there. And then he breaks him up in the cellar. Yep. I don't know how to say that word. Hold on. Let me look it up. I bet if I hear the word, I'm going to get flashbacks because Pixel says it all the time. Pronunciation. Yeah, Amontillado. Yeah. Okay, yeah. No. I'm here. My brain's alive. Also, I like this song a lot. So I know you know it. Amontillado, Casco. Yeah. Well, listen, I've never seen it spelt. Have you spelt it in front of me before? I think not. So shining. It's way through halls. I lived in the dark. Told me that you. Yeah, it's hard to read. Yeah, so like if you would have said it, I would have been like, oh yeah. But like I had to read it, and you know I'm illiterate. Big Yo, you know I'm illiterate. I literally just said I would get cask of a macchiato for you. Don't talk about my pronunciation of it, please. Thank you. And this is my repayment. Holy grave, knocking on my door. Stay. Hey, you were the bap. Every time I draw myself, it's different, and it pisses me off a little bit. Lay me down in this early grave. Whoop. It's where I'll stay. I'm screaming on the inside. Or a cat. There's a cat outside my door. Scare the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie. On the wall, all on the floor, tie me out from the inside. I never wanted this feeling again. It fades away in the end. I'm right here waiting where you left me. Oh, where you left me. Look at this brush. Streamline amount. Let's turn that down. Stabilization. Let's turn that down too. Okay. Me, I'm so damn bored. You change your mind. It's lies. You get back from fucking lies. From the inside. I never want but it fades away in the end. I'm right here waiting where you left me. Oh, where you left me. Ooh. There we go. Me from the inside. If it's away in the end. And you let me down. I'm right here. I don't know if we'll keep that. So Avatar is so cute. I agree. That's why I bought it. That's why I bought it for me and all my friends. Oh girl. I think I need to flip it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There you go. How do I feel about it? I think I could use a little adjustment. Alright, let's get my eyes in here. Okay, not what I wanted. Circle. Thank you for the lark. There. There you go. I don't know which direction I want to do the eyelashes. I can either do it this way, or I can do it the other way. Think I like it in front more. Ow! Why have I been bonked? Trying to break the seal? The seal cannot be broken. Little did you know, Kiwi Goblin Books, the seal cannot be broken. Oh shit, fuck. Do I want it more round? think this makes more sense in my brain. Wanna be you, I want. I hate you. Don't you no name, man? Group. Duplicate. Horizontal. Horizontal. Oops. No. No. What? What? Oh. There you go. It's how's it looking this one? Cause I like big eyebrows. I do. You, I think I hate you. How'd you know me? Oh. I want to bring this up and then bring this one up a little bit more. I don't know how I feel about it just yet. I was next to you, so cold without your touch, practically black and blue. Have to see you, have to feel you. Okay, maybe I just gotta trust. Maybe let me trust the process a little more. Social confession, total damnation. I need you to choose. What am I choosing? Ow! What the fuck, body? I'm just trying to draw, man. What the fuck? Step 1, pick a fandom. Final Fantasy 14. That one was funnier. That's because I got flat. Oh. God of War. Good night, dog, cat, cow thing. Good night, dog. Sleep well, homie. I hope you sleep wonderfully well, and I will talk to you tomorrow. What this dude that bullies me? No! Step 2, enjoy. What am I enjoying? Boop. Boop. Made you disappear. Yeah, it bullies me out of existence. Thank you for the song request. Where does this eye go? I know what I want. Hmm. I like this song. It's a cool sounding song. What? Alright, let's just keep drawing so I can see how this looks. Because Elena is so confused. Okay, Elaine's got a question for herself. Go away! Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Elaine wants to doodle. And I think I might go lay down and doodle after this song. Yo, this song is 7 minutes long, Kiwi? The fuck? That's fine. I will just keep doodling until the song's over. It's a ballad? Are ballads normally long? I feel like I don't know much about ballads, you know? It's like a bard song. Oh, gotcha. Where I are, huh? Where I are? Hold on, where I are? Where I am? Where I are? Oops. Old English? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Elaine doesn't understand. Why did this look better in the sketch? I feel like it's looking down now. Elaine eepy. Elaine doesn't understand a thing. How come it looks so good in like this sketch? Elaine does not understand. Set the eyes. Dash white. Let me erase the extra. Pretty fucking epic ballad there, Kiwi. I liked it. Elaine thinks, though, it is time for her to go lay down and wig out in bed. And wig out in bed, I mean draw in bed, because none of this is starting to make sense, and that's making me cranky. So I'm going to go do that. I love you guys very much. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Oh, we gotta listen to Graveyard Lover, though. Okay, there we go. As I leave. Thank you for the hug. Thank you for being joy. Of course. Of course. Of course. I love hanging out. Oh my goodness. I love hanging out here. We rated Kiwi yesterday. Thank you. Of course. I'm glad you guys have fun. Ooh. Dead Sun's playing Pilgrim. I think we're gonna go raid Dead Sun because they're playing Pilgrim and I like the game. Oh, I'm in an ad though. That's okay. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'm very eepy. I am going to go chill, probably eat some ice cream and doodle. I love you guys very much. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Tomorrow, we have a collab with Miu and friends. We're going to be playing Roadside Research again, and then we'll be doing some more video editing. So, I love you guys very much. Thank you, Kiwi, for the raid message. I was right about to type that out, but you beat me to it. If you could, please use the raid message so they know where it came from. Otherwise, I hope you guys have a wonderful night, and we'll be back tomorrow. So, I will see you tomorrow. I love you. Good night. Mwah.